Boom, boom, boom. Wow, look at that. It's fixed. Who would have thunk? Hello. I'm back. Hello. Test, test, test. Are we good? Hello. Hi, Random. How you doing? It's not green. It is not green. Yeah, huge improvement. All right. I'm gonna give this a second to everyone to like catch back up. Bring back green. Oh, the screen. No. What's up, Crumb, Colton, Kevin? How we doing, Sonny? Sorry about the technical difficulties. Yeah, 50 gifted. All right. We're gonna watch this video. It should be working now. Big Mad Mo, thanks so much for the 3 months. And Hungover Player, thanks so much for the 34 months. Lucky Luke, thanks for the 210 bids. And Lucky Luke with the 61 months. And Jozilla with the 9 months of Prime. And Fenrir with the 3 months of Tier 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What GPU do you have? I use a 4090. Game Informer podcast. We're gonna watch that after this, Smidge.
Effectively a prison planet.
We're watching this, and then we're gonna watch the Game Informer one.
Called the Timekeeper.
He thrives on control and order, and when things are thrown into those mechanisms to create chaos, he only knows how to clamp down and sort of institute martial law. The Timekeeper's primary method of control over the years has been a cybernetic implant called a bolt. A bolt is installed on the base of someone's neck and can be used to monitor their activities and shut them down completely. The Timekeeper is able to use it to see through people's eyes and monitor what's happening on Chyros at all times.
Enter our Vault Hunters. People are now hungrier than they've ever been to get off of Chyros and to fight the oppression that they've been living under. The Vault Hunters end up enmeshed in this battle on the planet, and all roads lead to the Timekeeper. We call them the Outbounders because they, kind of like our Vault Hunters, crash landed on Chyros and have not been able to leave because the planet is on lockdown.
We get bolted at the start of the game, it seems, Sugar.
To go back home.
How we don't get controlled, we don't know yet.
Revolution.
The Outbounders are led by a guy named Rush, who is very much this coach-type character, and when the Vault Hunter shows up, helps them join the broader Crimson Resistance. That's when things really ramp up for the Outbounders.
Each zone is ruled over by a commander. In the Fade Fields, we have Idolater Sol. Idolater Sol,
this guy looks sick,
once lived inside the city and really wants to be the Timekeeper's right-hand man. And when he is sent to the Fade Fields after Opus arrives, he sees that as his opportunity.
I do wish the music was a little bit quieter
to the Timekeeper.
When they're talking.
The Augurs are a long-standing culture on Chyros. They're the descendants of the original mining teams sent there centuries ago by the Timekeeper in order to get resources like ordinite and other minerals and ores out of the mountain range.
So in the mountains, we have the faction leader Calder, and he is part of the Augurs. He wants to take the fight to the Timekeeper, and the other council members are scared and they live in fear. In Terminus Range, we have Vile Lictor is our commander.
Whoa.
Vile Lictor is an augur. Since Elpis has arrived and brought iridium to the planet, BioLictor has begun experimenting and doing things under the nose of the Timekeeper.
Tiny goblin guy.
We have the Electi faction, and the leader is Levane, the gorgeous golden Levane. The Electi had previously lived in the city, an upper crust elite people that benefited from the Timekeeper. But when Elpis arrives, the Electi are left outside the city walls, and the city goes on lockdown, and they are not permitted back in the city. And so for the first time, they have to learn how the other side lives and how to survive outside the city walls.
Okay, I like that premise.
In Carcadia Burn, we have the Ripper Queen. When Elpis arrived...
That art is sick. That is crazy looking. Holy...
Her perspective changed. She's realized that there's more to life than what she's been presented. And she rips her bolt as a means to be free of the Timekeeper's influence. When you rip your bolt out, there is a high potential for death, and if not death, insanity. And so her army is largely made up of raving, mad humans with decreased brain capacity.
She was able to convince a great number of her own soldiers to rip out their own bolts, and when they're not convinced, she does it for them.
We also, of course, have the Timekeeper as our primary villain in Borderlands 4. And when we were approaching how to write the Timekeeper, we certainly looked back on all of our previous main villains and considered how we wanted to approach the Timekeeper differently so that he would stand out from anything that we've done before.
We wanted to go back to this sense of
with the helmet on looks
about
sick.
The villain of our game. The Timekeeper can reach out and control people with unshielded bolts, and that's a threat that is always hanging over the player's actions in the game. As we unravel things for him, though, we start to see the cracks. We wanted a villain who was a new type of character in the franchise, who is ever present and not overstaying his welcome.
Yeah, unshielded bolts is an interesting detail there.
From previous titles that fans wanted to see again and that we wanted to put in the game again. The world is immense, and it's a new planet. You can come to Borderlands 4 whether you've played the previous titles or not, and you can hop right in. It is a turning point in our universe, and how it connects back to our previous titles, but also at the end where it will point, is worth playing for.
W. I kind of get the vibe from the Timekeeper that the Timekeeper is going to be our most serious villain. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I guess we'll see, but I don't think the Timekeeper is going to be like cracking jokes in your ear as you're like going around and talking about like Bud Stallion-esque stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they said that they wanted to do a new type of villain. And I'm imagining that this is going to be our first, like, real, more serious, more of a threat type villain. At least that's, like, the vibe that I'm getting that they're going from. Which could be cool because, you know, I still think we are going to get that, like, humorous bad guy-esque thing. Because we've got, like, a multitude of bad guys now. Like, we've got, you know, a bunch of different factions. And all of these different kind of bad guys, but I think Timekeeper's gonna feel like the real, like, big bad. Make a build plan, bro. We're gonna get there. Hi, Chad. About his childhood, they mentioned mining ornite and other materials in the mountain and making the Timekeeper a new type of character. And he mentioned not overstaying his welcome. Yeah, the detail about the bolts being shielded is interesting, because it looks like we get bolted, and we're obviously not, at least not fully under his control. So maybe we have shielded bolts, but how our bolts get shielded and by who? That I don't think we know yet. You want to be nailed? Okay. Yep, interesting. We get bolted. Well, I think that's what the start of the game is. I think they've confirmed that now. In the story trailer. BL4 story trailer. Like, look, there's this whole scene
You've had free will
where we're like in first person getting put into this chair.
But here on Chyros, you serve the use I have for you.
And like that's the bolt. And you can hear the drilling and like the screaming. Like I think we get bolted in the first few hours of the game. It says it in the description. Okay. The Vault Hunters crash on Elpis. Dang it, Marcus. Well, we don't even know if Marcus is gonna be in this. Get a glimpse of the Timekeeper's cruel reign, including the disturbing process of being implanted with a bolt, a spine-grafted cybernetic device used to dominate the populace. Soon after crash landing, the Vault Hunters are arrested and forcibly affixed with the device, trapping them on Chyros. A prison break sequence at the start would be pretty sick. It's a Phillips screwdriver to get it out. That's the solve. Yeah, there's a little like image of Crash Sanctuary there. And I haven't seen this video either.
Claptrap! How's a robot like you know a beautiful lady like this?
Oh, Mad Moxie. She's an old flame, in the sense that she lit me on fire one time.
Obviously, Borderlands 1 was
Black and Decker manufacturer.
You know, we really took that idea. You know, internally, our shorthand,
kind of like Axe. I'd imagine they will be.
Idea of what would become Borderlands was Halo meets Diablo. You know, we loved those games, and you know that was our starting point. But over the course of that project, you know, the shooter looter vibe.
I'm glad
came
he said
to be,
that.
But we also found a really unique voice and world for Borderlands with its tone and its humor. So then when we went to Borderlands 2, one of our big takeaways was over Borderlands 1, the DLCs is where we really learned how to tell a better story with our tools. Borderlands 2, we really pushed on our story, right? And so we, you know, had Handsome Jack as a big focal point to that story, and we really tell a really meaningful story there. Then going to Borderlands 3, we really stepped up our game in terms of our first-person shooter mechanics. Our gunplay, our mantling and sliding was added to the game, and we really made the moment-to-moment in Borderlands 3 feel really sharp. Whereas in the past, it was not quite as sharp as we ever wanted it. And now going into Borderlands 4, I think the big takeaway is, we're doing that. Every part of Borderlands 4 is elevated, the RPG side and the first-person shooter side. But we're, adding all this new to the world in terms of the seamless world that you can just explore, removing those barriers at every step that, no
That's
more loading
new
screens.
footage.
The missions, you can, get the reward directed right to you. You don't have to go do a turn in. You don't have to
No,
talk
they
to
haven't
Lilith as
yet,
much.
YOLO.
I think Borderlands 4 is really a culmination of taking all those great points and then across the board leveling up that whole experience holistically, as opposed to just like focusing on a story or gunplay or RPG. It's all been elevated this time.
Yeah, we're all fans of games, right? Like, we love making games, but we also love playing games. Obviously, we're studying what, is out there. But we've been working on this for so long. We've had these grand ideas for so long that, some of them could only be applied today with the latest in technology, like the size of our world. Being able to explore this freeing, open space that you have true ownership over in how you're exploring. That's a big idea that we didn't pull for somewhere else. That's just something we've always envisioned doing. So I think a lot of it is based on the technology and some of the ideas we've had embedded or, kind of seeded from the past that we couldn't quite do
How about
yet.
his trainers
A lot of
podcast?
times
Yep,
we have,
that I've covered.
The main mission is kind of the driver. It's the string that kind of shows you the general way to go, so you can go off and get lost in exploration and find other things to do. And those are kind of our downbeat type of it's the string that kind of shows you the general, and those are kind
That
of our
is a
downbeat type
absolutely
of moments,
sick
shirt. Whether it be side missions,
Black the
or some of
Beastmaster.
our smaller missions that allow you to just kind of take a break and go do things that are maybe a little more silly or
65 days, let's go.
Whereas you have the activities that can pop up or the Rift Champions that can pop up. And as you know, you get into that and it's just nonstop bombardment of gunfire. So it's really about allowing the player to select the way that they go, be able to use the
Van,
map
thanks so much
and
for the
see
36 months.
all of the
Appreciate
different
that.
activities.
Thank you.
The
God
dynamic
damn.
nature of the content, but also see
How
the
you doing today?
missions
Happy
and
Monday.
where some of those points of interest are, to just be able to go and explore at their own pace. And if they want to go and tackle
Hi, J
some
Balls.
of that stuff and stay really ramped up and dynamic, then they can go and do that. But also they can just go explore and find bobbleheads or do some of the activities and get new loot.
The world itself is a huge component in embracing freedom of exploration for the player. Like, in the past, you had freedom of the weapons you'd pull into battle. Like, you had true ownership over your arsenal. Now we want to apply that kind of thinking to exploration as well. So, you could go stay on the beaten path, do the mission if you want to, stay on critical path, go see, try to take down the Timekeeper, if that's your sole focus. But we bet as you're going along the way, you're going to be distracted by things off to the left and right in your periphery, like a big tower in the distance that you're going to want to go explore. And as you do that, you're going to be getting
in
more
their
loot. You're
first
gonna
video,
become more powerful.
their like
we think
podcast.
that's such a strong pull, and it's such a core mechanic. You're always moving throughout an environment. So now, if you can actually truly explore it, you're getting
There
the
was
best of
there
both
was no
worlds.
skill tree mentions.
notice
Just
a
to be
lot of
clear,
the open-
they only talk about the action skills. They have no one's sorry. I should be clear. They mentioned his different action skills. They've never mentioned any of his skills or his skill tree.
World-like features, but we did not set out to make an
All
open
of the
world game.
information that they've put
And so
out,
you see,
we've covered.
as you're going along the activities.
They said they
the,
are going to
colors,
be talking
silos,
about his
safe
skill tree and
houses,
stuff like that in the
you get
future,
Rift
but they
Champions,
haven't put that
the blue
information
bubbles
out
that will
yet.
pop up, different migrations going
But
along.
I think they will be the ones who break
sometimes
the like
NPCs will
break
come
the
in and
news on
chat
the skill
with
tree
you,
stuff.
and have you do little tasks. But that to us was really important in making sure that not only the player was engaged, but that the environment that they were in felt alive and felt like you were actually there, and you could see the impact that the Timekeeper and his generals have had on the land and on the respective zones that they kind of command. And so I think whenever you're going about and just going from mission
Level cap is still
step
50,
to the
yeah.
next mission step, we wanted to make sure
We don't have that
you could see things
confirmed,
that
but
felt like they were a part of that
the
zone.
XP bar
One of the
stops
things
moving
that-
when they hit
that was
50.
in the Novato demo that I don't know if you ran across was an airship event. This is a different type of event. It's a world event where the airship will come into the grasslands, and now you can fight a bunch of enemies and then go up into it, do some things to destroy it, and you run that a couple of times, and it's just one of those
They
things
already
that
confirmed that
will
they're going to
pop
be
up on
adding
your map,
2 Vault
and it'll
Hunters
say,
post-launch.
World event is active. Rush will come over and tell you, and you run over there and do it. That's one of those things that we want to make sure that people have that's on top of just going and enjoying the story and shooting and looting?
For me, it's always been about density and making sure the world feels packed full of things to do and see.
Yes,
One
W,
of
density good.
We have like 5 pillar words that I've kind of used to like judge all parts of the game by, and one of them is reward. And it's really easy to think of reward as like getting loot. I mean, that is a type of reward. But I expressed to the team that players feel rewarded when they explore and find something new in the world. And that can be a new side mission, that can be a combat chest, that can be a silo or crawler. All of those things, those experiences are rewarding to come across.
Look at
and
that
so I
thing.
wanted to really, impart on the team to be like thinking about filling the world with content so that you can have moments of reward, literally just exploring all the time.
Is that a
and it's
thresher?
not literally, did you open a chest? It's, did you see this? Did you come across this? With the dynamic events and the moments in the world, like you come around somewhere that you feel you've already know, and then it's different because there's a dynamic event happening.
Name is
So I
Sophia.
really like pushed that and making sure the density was there. And as I talked about earlier, my judgment for success is, can I just stay on foot using my weapons, using my action skills, and pass through a whole zone without missing my vehicle? And then it's like, well, yeah, if I didn't have a reason to get on my vehicle, I must have been killing shit. I must have been picking up loot. I must have been doing missions or contracts. That's how I know we've been successful. And I think we've done a really great job. I think the world build team, Jason Reese led that team. Jason Reese was the level design lead for Borderlands 2. So you have a ton of us who've been with Borderlands since Borderlands 1 around. But I think the world team did an excellent job of making the world worth exploring and filled with things to do and see.
Whenever we talk about things being seamless, it's a variety of different items. It's the ability to just enjoy and play the game, just run along. There's all kinds of things that can pop up seamlessly and happen, but also, and you'll find this out whenever we go to play in a little bit, traveling in between the zones is seamless also. It's not loading screens, where in the past it has been, and it does add a little bit of time, but for us it's more about
Terramorphous vibes.
really
Terramorphous.
being immersive.
We need a You Will Die Seriously post-campaign mission again.
The narrative or
that was very good.
Themselves. But then we also have, as you got to see, the crawlers and the silos, those different activities. Whenever you drive up to them, there's a seamless mission objective that happens. And so you could be
John, if you don't like it, you don't have to be here.
exploring, and then it just happens. You don't have to go into your menu, find the mission, or go find the mission giver like you would on a main mission.
What video is this? Is a Game Informer video that they posted a few days ago.
Now you can go into the menu, hit mission replay, and you can go back and,
we just watched
play
it, John.
that mission again, get that experience, run those rewards again if you'd want to. So
hey,
it's
thanks
really
for the
in
hype
service of
train.
helping
Appreciate that.
players be able to be in the game as long as possible and feel that immersion, even whenever it comes to co-op. So you can drop in, drop out.
You can't be critical. You can be critical. You just said it's woke slop, which is hilarious, though. But Borderlands,
You can jump in and
I don't know. I always find it funny when
level 30
people
on
call
level 3, we
call
can't tell
Borderlands
the
woke
difference.
as
We're
like
having
an
fun together. We're
insult.
still taking things on.
Borderlands has been like air quote
instance
woke
loot,
since
being able to
Borderlands
fast
1.
travel
It
to
never like
all
went
these
woke.
things speak to the term seamless whenever we
Borderlands has
describe it.
always been
You'll
a very
unlock
like
different,
inclusive
bodies for the
genre
vehicle over
game.
the course of completing missions and challenges.
The classic
You'll
woke
also
slop
unlock
insult,
skins for
yeah.
them, and then you'll also unlock hover drives, and hover drives actually change how it feels. So really, like how your vehicle looks is completely
Dollar
independent
Store
of how it
Moxie in the
actually
vid
drives.
might have been
So
me.
you
I met
can
them.
Kit out your character and kit out your vehicle to look what you think is the most badass, and then still have it handle whatever way you'd like separately. Sometimes in the past, a Borderlands runner would behave the way that it does versus like the mono wheel in BL3, right? They had really great identifiable mechanics, and that worked. This time around, though, we wanted to kind of separate the cosmetics game away from how it moves, so that players didn't have to make a choice like, oh,
Feet
I really
cam will
like
be
how
set
this
up for the
one
subathon.
handles,
You know
but
it.
now I have to have it look like this. That's not a thing this time around.
You have SDU rewards for doing certain points of activity. So now I can expand my backpack or my lost loot or
Skill
for
planners
me,
out.
my
Yeah,
SMG, 'cause
Maxroll
I'm
just
using that
posted
thing all
them.
the time. Make my
We're gonna
clip a
be
lot
doing some build
bigger.
crafting here in a second.
But then, yeah, the crawlers, they'll give you vehicle parts. the silos. They give you a fast travel and also show you the where a vault key fragment is.
You look
and
slimmer.
On and
Thank
on
you.
With these individual
I'm
places
13
because
pounds
we want
down
to make you feel like
in the past like 2 months.
you're being rewarded.
You
for
meant
your
shorter? Oh,
exploration.
fuck you.
From the development side, it's scary to think about just how big this game is. We put so much work into making this just
Someone ban
a
him.
truly remarkable experience. From the moment you pick it up, we have an awesome introduction. But once you get out into the open world, you know, once you get out into the into Chyros.
What are you doing in TFD? We got to update some build guides.
I think that's where it's really going to hit.
A lot of the
how
Descendants
this is
got
a
buffs.
different Borderlands game and a different looter shooter experience. Like there is so much.
Yo,
to do in
Alex,
this
appreciate
game.
that.
And whether it's a side mission or if you're on just kind of the main campaign, I think you're going to really kind of be vested in the stories that you're experiencing.
That was pretty cool.
I
I
think
like
that's
all
where
this
it's really gonna
insight
hit.
that we're getting into the game, man. I know, like, some people don't like how much they're sharing, which I think is understandable. You know, they want the game to be
Barrier.
as much of a surprise as possible, but I think it's only a good sign the fact that they are showing off, like, this much of the game and being this open about, like, the stuff that, you know, they're pretty confident about showing,
every step
letting
that,
hundreds of people playing
no more
it, let
loading
the general
screens,
public play
the
it.
missions, you can, you know, get the reward directed right to you. You don't have to go do a
I
turn in.
personally
You
would
don't
much
have to
prefer them oversharing about the game than
Up to
them
Lilith as
undersharing
much.
and like
you know, I think Borderlands 4
basically
is really
not
a
know what we're
culmination
getting.
of taking all those great points and then across the board leveling up that whole experience holistically, as opposed to just like focusing on a story
Melee
or
Amon
gunplay
versus
or
Melee
RPG. It's all
Rafa.
been elevated this.
We don't really know much about Melee Amon yet. We've seen Melee Rafa, but we can't really compare it to Melee Amon yet because we don't have a skill tree. No, not yet, Meatworm. I got to do that, but I was away and my laptop mic was just absolutely terrible, so I refused to make another video. The amount of comments I got on my like lack of mic was
Yeah,
I mean,
we're all fans
it was
of
very
games, right?
warranted.
Like we love
but
making
yeah,
games,
we're
but
gonna
we
do all
also
those
love
updated
playing
videos
games.
now.
Obviously, we're studying what is out there, but we've been working on this for so long. We've had these grand ideas for so long that some of them could only be applied today with the latest in technology, like the size of our world. Being able to explore this freeing.
Yo, Big Mad,
open
appreciate
space
that.
That you have true.
We had a lot of fun. We did the thing where we froze our wedding cake, and we went back to like where we got married. So we had the wedding cake the
Ownership
other
over
night
how you're exploring.
together
That's
and
a
watched
big
a movie.
idea that
It
we
was
didn't
still
pull
good.
for somewhere else. That's just something
Even after
we've
being
always
frozen for a
envisioned
year, it was
doing.
still really good.
So I think a lot of it is based on the technology and some of the ideas we've had. embedded
Borderlands 4,
or,
you can only use weapons
kinda
you get from
seeded,
fishing. Someone's gonna do
from
it.
the past that we couldn't quite do yet.
A lot of times we have the
Was the
main
level
mission
20 content
is
you
kind
did
of
feel hard
the
difficult, like the
driver.
footage
It's the
before
string
that?
kind
You talking about the vaults? The vaults were challenging, yeah. This is gonna sound cocky, so don't take it that way. But like, they were challenging in that, like, I had to like figure them out, but I never died in the vaults. Like, I never failed a vault
of
or
shows
died
you
to the boss.
the general way to go.
But there
so
were
then you
plenty
can
of
go
people
off
that were
and
stuck
get
on that
lost in
boss for like a
exploration
while, or
and
took
find
like
other
3 or
things to
4
do.
tries
Those
before
are kind of our
they killed it for the
downbeat
first
type of
time.
moments, where it's whether it be
But you
side
also
missions,
have to understand at the same time, like, we were using builds that they gave us, and I didn't farm them. So like a lot of people that did farm the boss got better loot, and then were able to kill it faster, and then didn't have any difficulty on it.
or some of our
But
smaller
like with the
missions that
loadout they
allow you
gave
to
us,
just kinda
yeah,
take a
it
break
was
and-
it was
and go
sweaty.
do
It was
things
definitely
that are,
sweaty.
Maybe a little more silly or
K6
task
died 7
oriented,
times.
whereas you have the activities that can pop up or the rift champions that can pop up, and as you know, you get into that and it's just nonstop bombardment of gunfire. So it's really about allowing the player to select the way that they go, be able to use the map and see all of the different.
Of course, you love them oversharing. How else would you get paid? I'd get paid covering other things. I am not just a Borderlands channel.
different activities and
I make
the
content on a
dynamic
lot of
nature the
games
content,
now.
but also see the missions and
I love
where some
making
of those
Borderlands
points of
content.
interest
It's
are
my
to just
favorite
be able
type of
go and
content to
explore at their
make.
own pace. And
But I'm
if they
not
wanna
a only
go
Borderlands
and
channel.
tackle
I haven't been
some
in
of that,
many years.
that stuff and stay really ramped up and dynamic, then they can go and do that. But also they can just go explore and find bobbleheads or
1 through
do some of
5.
the
I
activities
enjoy waiting
and
for the
get new
game.
loot.
The
Biggest
world itself
question is enemy density.
a huge component in embracing.
Wait, what just happened to chat? Are all of you copy and pasting the same question, or did my chat bug out? That was weird. It looks like the same person or all of you are posting the same question. Chat broke, bug. It looked like 40 people posted the same question. What was the question? That bug happens randomly? Interesting. Oh, this is so weird. Yeah, there's a bunch of repeating messages. Interesting. It's only at the top of chat. If I look at the bottom, it's fine. But if it's at the top of chat, if I try to go back and read one, it's like repeating. Interesting. Are you guys seeing that, or is it just on my end?
Exploration for the player. Like in the past, you had freedom of the weapons you'd pull into battle. Like you had true ownership.
Have I gotten to see every Vault Hunter? No. I have gotten to play Rafa and Vex, and the only information I know about Amon and Harlow is from Game Informer and the articles and videos that they've been making. Yo, Nifredil, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders.
Now that's a lot of damage.
So you're gonna answer our hive mind question? Well, I was trying to scroll up. It was something about enemy density. I didn't get to read the whole thing. It was something about like my biggest concern has to do with density or something like that, but I didn't get to see the rest. Appreciate that, ADHD. It's those Amazon servers.
Over your
I'm also using like a thing that like combines
now
the YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time, so I can see both.
As well.
So I think that might have been part of the bug.
Path, do the mission if you want to. Stay on critical path. Go see, try to take down the Timekeeper, if that's your sole focus. But we bet as you're going along the way, you're going to be distracted by things off to the left and right in your periphery, like a big tower in the distance that you're going to want to go explore.
Okay, I just can't look at the multi-chat for a second. It is, dude, every single person's posting the exact same message. That's so weird. I am the bug. I am the bug. If the mobs ain't dense, at least the message was true. Refresh your screen. You want to say? Well, now it's not working. If it starts happening again, I'll pull it back up. Oh yeah, skill tree planners, by the way. Oh, look here. Do you see what's happening? I was wondering where the snarky comments from. I was wondering where the snarky comments were coming from. I was wondering where the snarky comments. I was wondering where the snarky comments. You see that? Where I was wondering where the snarky, like every single message is that. Why is it doing that? It's always this message. It's this message right here is repeating infinitely. Yeah, it's super buggy. Rax was having that issue as well? Oh, really? Okay, so it's not just me. That's very interesting. My brain is broke. These are the skill tree planners. I'm already very confused. Issue with the program that merges the chats. Gotcha. Send link. I got you. Guys, stop breaking the chat. But this lets you, like, spec your points. It gives you the 3 out of 49. It'll, like, auto unlock the tiers. They crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Smell bans are gonna happen. If you guys don't know, by the way, just a little intro. This is Maxroll. Maxroll is a site that covers build guides for ARPGs, and it's been basically just ARPGs for the past many years. But in the past, like, year, basically, they started branching out to other games. And they actually recruited me a while back to lead their Borderlands 4 branch. So this is going to have all of this stuff. We're going to have build guides. We're going to have resources. We're going to have, like, dedicated drops. Where you're going to be able to make your own build and post it. So, like, people can, like, come and view your build, and I can look at, like, Epoch's build. And if I like Epoch's build, I'll be able to leave a rating on it, which will, like, put his build up at the top. But then we'll also have, like, specific builds by our Maxroll creators, which are going to be Chadley, Bird, Abby, and myself. Should be very, very sick. But yeah, we're gonna be covering Borderlands pretty hard on here. Now do you save files? Well, our goal for this, we'll see how long it takes to do. I don't know if I should say this or not, but what we'd like to do is be able to, like, make it so that you can put your save file into the planner and it'll populate your skill tree, all your gear, all your stuff. So if you have a really sick build, you could just, like, put it in here, and then you'll have everything filled out already, rather than you have to, like, click everything and manually input everything once the game actually comes out. There's, like, Maxroll staff that is all of the coders and such, and they are going to be doing the, like, loot tables, dedicated drops, all the like, database side is going to be handled by the, like, currently employed Maxroll staff. When the Maxroll announcement happened, I joined them over a year ago, specifically for Borderlands, and they recruited me, for Diablo, but they, like, recruited me for Borderlands. But I can now kind of speak openly about Borderlands. I announced it yesterday. Can you turn down the music a little? Yeah. On level with POB? Yeah, we'd like to have something like that for Borderlands. Thank you, appreciate that. Can we get an exclamation mark planner command? That'd be great, Fidacious, if you can make that. An exclamation mark planner. Should we make a little build? I kind of want to make a little build. We got story and post story. Interesting. I kind of want to do Rafa first. I had some things planned for both of them. Does Rafa green skill tree, Midnight Oil, and El Borracho do the same thing? Oh, are they displaying as doing the same thing? That's probably a bug. The only thing I don't see right now is how do I select Rafa in the... Oh, there it is. Okay, cool, cool, cool. We're gonna make a green tree Rafa build. You don't assume it has items yet? No. No, just skill trees. Vamonos. Can you get someone to reassess the colors for the planner? Those are some hardest to read words in them. Blue shade on blue. In like the blue tray. I see what you mean. As in like the dark blue on the blue background. It looks like they tried to correct it here. Where it's like a brighter blue. But that's just, oh, that's just because it's bonus shock damage. Or like a shock rather than just like highlight word. I see what you mean. I think they did that because that's how it looks in game. But it probably looks a little bit better in game. Pretty cool. To the last, Rafa gains increased gun damage. Yeah, it's blue on blue in this. But it looks like the blue that they use is a little bit more whitish. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a deep blue, and that's kind of like a bright whitish. I see what you mean. Okay. I'll let him know. You think Apophis is going to be sleeper good? Those capstone or augments sound nutty. There's an interaction here that I'm very excited for. I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about it yet or not, but we might as well. It seems pretty broken. All right, let's do this. We got reload speed, regen ammo, and fire rate. All right, we're going fire rate to start. Oh, wait. We want to be in green tree. Let's go movement speed here. Max shield. We're not actually making a melee build. Diamond hands is nuts. That full stacks is like 1,000% gun damage. It doesn't look like the values are increasing yet. Melees gain lifesteal. Killing enemy freezes overdrive. Go to the bonus. It doesn't really make sense to spec into shield stuff until we like really see the shields. Freeze overdrive seems nice. Let's put 2 there. And El Baracho do the same thing? In my video, they do? Really? Interesting. They haven't said anything has been auto-generated yet. Check Game Informer, they just posted. Are you talking about, like, again? Because we just watched the video they posted 3 hours ago. They didn't post again, did they? Oh, on X? What'd they do? Wait, an Endgame article? What? Borderlands 4 creative director discusses designing the very ambitious Endgame. It's light. Okay, let's give it a read. Let's give it a read. Here, I'll mute music. It's short. That's fine. I'm also tall, is what I was saying. Up to this point, the coverage we provide for Borderlands 4 is focused on the world, core gameplay, and story, but longtime fans of the Borderlands franchise know the game doesn't necessarily end when the credits roll. During our recent trip to Gearbox, we asked creative director Graham Timmons to share all he could about the Borderlands 4 Endgame. Clearly, the studio wants to keep most of the details under wraps, as when I asked Timmons about the kind of endgame that exists in Borderlands 4, he initially starts with, "We will have an endgame, I can say that." However, after Gearbox global creative executive and former Game Informer editor-in-chief Andrew Reiner chimes in by saying it's very ambitious, Timmons opens up a bit more. I care about it a lot personally, as my role in Borderlands 3 was curating what became the endgame for that, Timmons says. I know what's important to our community, and that's built already into the game. Like, we made purposeful decisions with our action skill tree, assuming what will come in the future with her endgame. It's not a secret that we always eventually do level cap increases, right? That's built into the high-level design of saying, okay, if that's going to still be in our future, how can we make our action skill tree this time anticipate that and be balanced from the jump? I like that. The team drew lessons from past games, including the most recent entries in the series, in designing Borderlands 4's endgame. In Borderlands 3, we ended at 72 skill points, Timmons says. It's a really high number, right? And so for the game designer in me, that can create a lot of chaos with how those action skills were designed. You lose build diversity as you add more skill points because everyone's homogenous because they all have the same skills ultimately unlocked. We've thought about Borderlands 4's endgame from the jump, and we have some great plans for it that we're going to share, but I think we're taking a lot of the lessons from both Wonderlands and Borderlands to make sure that we execute the best version of the endgame yet for Borderlands. Presumably, we'll learn more about Borderlands 4's endgame before it arrives on PlayStation on September 12th. You know what that, like, immediately rings true in? Is, you know, one of the most important things that you get in a skill tree is your capstone skill, right? And when a Borderlands game launches, you get one capstone, and when later on, you get two, and that kind of homogenizes a lot of builds because, you know, not every capstone, you know, if you get a melee capstone, you're playing a gun build, you're going to take the two gun capstones. In this one, you can only have one capstone active at a time. So I think what they mean, or part of the reason that the skill trees were designed for that, is to keep builds still interesting, even when we have a lot of skill points. You know what I mean? Like, if we get 72 skill points in this game and we have technically 4 capstones unlocked, because each tree has multiple capstones now, you're still having to make a decision there, rather than, oh, you just get 4 total capstones. You know what I mean? That's kind of neat. I think that's kind of what they mean by that. It does seem like we're not going to be getting too many details on Endgame until they're probably going to do like an Endgame reveal event, kind of like how they did like Harlow, or not Harlow, Vex and Rafa. Capstones. I just went back to the other chat and it's still bugged. Let me see. I should be able to see everything now. Amon and Harlow are the end game. In Borderlands 3, you legit get all the skills you want in 2 trees, and a half third is wild. Yup. Like Pax trees and Outriders, they don't bloat skill trees, but still have build-defining skills later down the line. I mean, Pax trees would have the same issues as Borderlands 3's skill tree in that you eventually get everything, right? The only thing Pax trees were really interesting is because they were super limited in skill points. As soon as you change that, you'd be able to get everything, though. Can you switch capstone on the fly? Yes. Do we have any Borderlands 4 skill planners? Yes. Maxroll just launched theirs, which I helped make. Do you think we'll see a return of class mods that give points in capstones? Oh, dude. Do you remember? Wasn't that like a thing in Borderlands 3? Like pre-launch, we found like where we saw like a class mod that had a point in a capstone, and then the game actually launched and that just like didn't exist. Does anyone remember that? I feel like there was some part of Borderlands 3 marketing where they said like you could get class mods that give you capstone points, and then it just never ended up being true. Vex can give her guns to her clones, yeah. Also, let me sign in real quick so that we can save this. It's gonna make me 2-factor authentic. Planner at least does not let you select a capstone unless you have the action skill or the same tree equipped. Seems like all the caps related to the action skills. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think you need... Well, I guess we're not sure. We haven't gotten far enough to get a capstone yet. But I'd imagine they're free. As in, like, you don't need to be using that action skill. I'd have to double check, because some of them do seem action skill related. Give me 1 second. Like this, okay. Like, yeah. I mean, this is a capstone. Eldritch Blast is now a charge skill, right? That's not going to work if you're not using Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast, Phase Explosion, Eldritch Blast. Yeah. Okay, so the capstones are tied to the trees. You're not going to be able to use Eldritch Blast as now a charge skill if you're using Trouble. They are action skill dependent, yeah. There's still, like, these points, which are, like, pseudo-capstones. They're more like augments for your augments. Yup. Boom. Boom. What level in Borderlands 4 do you need to reach the first capstone at? You need to get to level 25. I think it is. Oh, no. It'd be about 26, no? 1 to 2. I think 26. DLC Vault Hunter theories? Anyone got a good one? I hope it's totally new characters that we haven't seen before. Oh, I gotta put more points in here. Past characters we couldn't use before. I don't know. I would. People are always like, oh, I hope they bring like this character as a playable Vault Hunter. I much prefer brand new characters. I don't want to play as Tiny Tina or like characters we've had we've seen personally. It gives you a 20% gun damage after using your action skill, for example. Will it account for that? Or will it basically give the raw percentage of the builds? Right now, the planner is just like super basic, put in points. Once like the game's actually out, it's gonna be a lot more in depth and hopefully give you a full stat sheet on everything you pick with like your gear and passives and that stuff. Tiny Tina hate is wild. I love Tiny Tina. I just think it's more interesting when we get new characters. If they have to use an existing character, like let's say they want to make Tannis a playable character, then they have to like abide by the rules of the in-game lore and the things that the character has done and what they've shown in past. Like I always think that in my opinion, I think we get more interesting characters, and I think there's more cool things that they can do with them when there's no restrictions. You know what I mean? Like when it's like totally brand new, they can go buck wild with it. But if they make Tiny Tina a playable character, we have explosives. You do Mr. Torque, we have explosives. But like, what else can that character do that still makes sense for that character? You know what I mean? That's why I say I don't want like characters in universe to be playable, because I think we just end up with diluted characters. Different take on a playable Psycho character would be cool. Yeah, they could do like a different kind of like Ripper Psycho. Phase Plunder. All right, let's... I kind of want to bring this up because it seems nuts to me. I don't know how this is going to be balanced at all. Is it for a melee build? No melee, actually, in Green Tree that we're going for. Which is interesting, because green's clearly the melee tree, but... CZ, this is the interaction I was showing you. Alright, hear me out on this. Overdrive skill, Rafa deals bonus damage of his weapons element with all skills and ordinances while Overdrive is active. Right? So, our ordinance is dealing bonus percentage of our weapons damage. We know that ordnance benefits from ordnance damage increases and gun damage increases. So we're already getting huge benefits from that. And then whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, he also deals increased gun and melee damage. This effect stacks. This does not have a displayed stack cap. So as long as you're firing your ordnance out, you are getting stacking gun damage. With that percentage gun damage is then going to feed into collaborative ignition, because it says it deals bonus damage as a weapons element with all skills. That bonus damage is a percentage of your weapons damage, which seems like it would be getting increased by that. And then this El Diablito, a portion of all fire damage Rafa deals, also deals bonus fire ordnance damage. And this flips it all on its head, because prior to this, you had to use ordnance to benefit from it, right? With this, all fire damage deals bonus ordnance damage. So now I could use a fire weapon that does ordnance damage. And then that ordnance damage is then proccing collaborative ignition, because I deal bonus damage of this weapon's element with all skills and ordinances with all overdrive is active. Wait, did I read that right? Oh, this is what's making it crazy. Whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, he also deals increased gun damage. So your gun is shooting ordnance damage, which is giving you a percentage bonus. And then whenever you deal ordnance damage, you get stacking gun damage. So you shoot gun does ordnance, and then that ordnance gives you more gun damage. that more gun damage, because this is increasing, is going to give you more bonus damage, because that bonus damage is a percentage of your damage dealt. So if you're dealing more damage, then this is stacking higher, which is going to make this stack higher. And now we need ordnance stuff, right? Now we need ordnance stuff. So I think we go blue tree for ordnance. Well, ordnance we don't actually need to use ordnance. We could get ordnance damage increases. Technically. I kind of wanted to use this augment Peacebreaker cannons with no ammo consumption. Could be really spicy. Is there ordnance damage increases in here? Anything that we care about here? Whenever Rafa crits an enemy, accidental duration's restored. We like that. More gun damage. More fire rate. That's good. Blue tree's got more infinite ammo. Reload speed. Regen. Fire rate's great for us. Ordnance cooldown rate is helpful. Our ordnance should be hitting like a truck, and our gun should be hitting like a truck. I'm not sure which we're going to focus on more. I think ordnance is potentially going to be stronger in this scenario, because they said ordnance gets split scaling. It scales off of ordnance and it scales off of gun damage. So that means that this gun damage would not only be would also be increasing our ordnance damage. So we can look at gun damage kind of in a different light. Ordnance cooldown rate seems nice there. Okay, can we make this work? I think we can make this work. So let's go full fire rate. This gives us, whenever we kill an enemy, we got ordnance cooldown, and then we hit Peacebreaker cannons to get even more fire rate, plus the Bullet Buddy Deluxe. Do I have to, how does this work? Peacebreaker cannons. We'll do that. Boom. Work his own planner. Hey. I didn't code it. I just did some of the Excel sheeting for it.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
All achievements for BO3 and Wonderlands. What's next? Borderlands 2? Struggle Bus. Thank you for the 27 months. Appreciate that. All right, is everything looking good? We have so much gun damage that, like, these 2 points kind of feel pointless. I think we go for quality of life there instead. Let's get the quality of life from that. Those points. And then we're not rocking a capstone, technically. You gonna try a TFD for them? I've talked to Maxroll about TFD. They don't know how much life that game has, and it costs them a lot to build out these branches and make these build calculators and stuff. So straight up, they're like, we wish we had done TFD when it came out, but they don't know if it's worth their time now. 2 points in the corrosive bonus element. I don't hate it. I just don't know how much damage those Peacebreaker cannons are going to be doing at endgame, to be honest. It's not a bad idea. It'd potentially be Midnight Oil. It also depends on like how much we want to lean into shields. But yeah, this is looking disgusting. We stack a ton of fire rate. This gives us consume no ammo. This is going to give us a bunch of action skill duration restore on killing things. This is going to give us a bunch of ordnance cooldown rate. We've got overdrive up like all the time because anytime we kill, we extend overdrive duration. And then these are giving us just a metric F-ton of gun damage. Boom, 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 boom. There I am. Do you think they'll prevent having something like Iron Bear being so overpowered in that game? They're not doing mayhem scaling on enemies or on gear and skills. So I don't think we're gonna have something like that. They're not gonna give something randomly times 31 damage out of the blue. I talked to Graham in my interview specifically about that and why it was such an issue. And he said, we're not making that same mistake. Base of the build relies on the later half of green tree. The interaction here is Diablito gives our guns bonus ordnance damage. Synergia gives our guns bonus damage whenever we deal. Guns gives our guns increased damage whenever we deal ordnance damage. This will feed back into Diablito for even more bonus damage. Ordnance guns get split damage scaling, so they deal both gun, or not they deal, they scale with both gun and ordnance increases. So we will also be spamming ordnance for a ton of damage. Do 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 do. The Thrill and Arriba the Thrill and Ariba in Blue Tree give us a ton of fire rate and ordnance cooldown to build Synergia stacks faster. Deft hands plus what was this called again? Werga give us a lot of give us even more fire rate plus action skill uptime. All of that fire rate you would think we would be reloading really often, but we solve that problem with Bullet Buddy Deluxe. Deluxe giving us infinite ammo during Peacebreaker cannons. Cool. Did you see Damon Machina Titanic Scion gameplay? I do not know what that is, no. You think we get a medic type thing like Maya? I don't think there's gonna be a dedicated healing tree, but I'm sure there's gonna be ways to like support your team. We already saw some skills that like can apply to your teammates. The idea of OP levels in Mayhem is going to be to get tougher enemies. We don't know if they're doing like OP levels in Mayhem. We don't know how Endgame is going to scale. Blue Drive, but you said Blue Tree. Oh, thanks. I see it. I got it. Thank you. Why are you putting points into Diamond Hands if we're not doing melee? That's a good question. I'm assuming that there's going to be a face puncher type gun in this game. And so the goal with that would just be like you can pre-stack this with like a face puncher and then go into a boss fight. Like the other way that we could do this. Oh, you know what we do? Doesn't that swordfish do melee damage? We could get Booming Business to proc melee damage, which would give us Diamond Hands. That's what we'll do. Yeah. That makes more sense. And then there's that class mod that drops grenades too. Diamond Hands gives us even more gun damage, and when paired with Booming Business, and what's the grenade called? Like not the fish slap, it's called something else. So typo, and he's shooting specking the skills to drop a grenade when doing X thing with Slippy. Is it called the Slippy? It's called the Swordfish.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I mean, it gives us more gun damage when paired with Booming Business, and the new Swordfish. Which can deploy, which deals melee damage. Giving us a way to proc melee damage without using melee. Okay. I might reconfigure this a little bit. Because then those 2 points, I mean, it's tough because, like, I think we're going to want to be using gun ordnance. And the Slipbeaker, the Swordfish, would make it so that we're not using, you know, we can't use both. Whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy, he gains a chance to spawn a free grenade. 12-second cooldown. I think when you put points into this, its cooldown went down. I wonder if anyone got footage of putting points into this. Because, like, realistically, unless this is proccing every second, that's not going to really stack up anything, right? Dealing melee damage grants Rafa a stack of diamond hands, gain increased gun damage for each stack. Once Rafa deals gun damage, stacks begin to decay quickly. If you only use a... No, see, like I was going to say, you could use like an ordnance weapon, but then you would not be using the Swordfish. Exclamation mark planner. Should bring up the link. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to get 1 stack, and 1 stack's like 5% gun damage, but that's not worth 5 points. I think let's get rid of this. Go for more of the bonus. It's not going to be unless there's a face puncher, which, you know, it doesn't really make sense to be like, oh, sure, like for sure there's going to be a face puncher. Unless we like see one, then I don't think we bother. Yeah, I saw the breakthrough trailer. Loki Pokey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's bonus. That's movement speed. Put 2 there. 5 there. 2 there. 5 there. Okay, that's a little bit better looking. I think that's a bit cleaner. You don't have to use ordnance guns because your guns will be doing ordnance damage. I think we need to do that for this. Ordnance skill. Rafa deals bonus damage of his weapons element with all skills and ordnances. I don't think this will count for the gun portion of it. But yeah, we don't need to use ordnance to proc synergia. That's the big thing. Whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, this is just going to be stacking off of shooting our weapon. 40 div Bama, nice. The big kicker here is Synergia doesn't seem to have a stack limit. And whenever we deal ordnance damage, we get increased gun damage. and this is going to make all of our shots deal ordnance damage. So then basically the rest of it is getting as much fire rate and action skill uptime as we can so that we can just stack the daylights out of this. So that's why we're going Peacebreaker cannons with fire rate, action skill return, and Bullet Buddy Deluxe, and then Apophis Lance for even more fire rate. We could, like, technically get rid of this, but I think we're going to want to pull out Ordnance as well. Like, from my time using Ordnance seems incredibly strong. So even though, like, we could just use guns, I think you're going to want to be swapping between them for collaborative ignition. And then, you know, all the kills we're going to be getting are just going to give us even more uptime with that Ordnance. Class mods. Yup. Is there... I think we really want this Bullet Buddy to give us consume no ammo if we're going this much fire rate. Is there anything that, like, if we didn't put these 10 points here, we would, like, really benefit from in Peacebreaker cannons? We could also potentially not use that and go deeper here. Oh, this has got metal management whenever activates or re-triggers an action skill. His guns consume no ammo. Interesting. That's kind of like a pseudo Bullet Buddy. Good. This is a nice little synergy. First impression, the first shot fired from a fully loaded weapon magazine gains increased damage. And then this gives us consume no ammo. So you could just be like infinitely money shotting with all of our other damage increases. Can we pick that up? We have 5/5. Okay, you need 5 points to unlock the augment. So that still gives us Bullet Buddy with 5 points there. So this would be 8, 4. I don't think this is worth. I'm gonna be honest. That's nice. That's a cool little interaction. I don't think it's worth giving up this for though. Whenever Rafa crits an enemy, we get action skill duration back. Like, if we're using a weapon that's got a lot of pellets in it, it's only it's on a 4-second cooldown, but having this to keep Bullet Buddy up and keep the infinite ammo up is probably net more damage than some more percentage gun damage when we should be getting a metric ton already, you know? First shot or the mag being full? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Where do you get the planner? Exclamation mark planner. I can't tell if you're on the YouTube or Twitch side. On the Twitch side, we have a command for it. It's on Maxroll, the maxroll.gg/Borderlands-4/planner. Boom, boom. Loading different profile. Describe them. You sure want to continue. Let me see. Let me see. Do you know when the next showcase for Borderlands 4 will be? In July. It is in... It's on July 11th. This Friday is when the next Borderlands 4 thing is. Are throwing knives considered to be melee? No. No, they do ordnance damage. They do have no interaction with melee. You have some unsaved changes. How do I actually... I want to let me actually open this. Give us the Amon skill trees. I wish. Okay, it's saved. It's there. Looks good. Where was July 11th confirmed? They're gonna be at Billy Billy World, which is July 11th. Does that mean you're going to China? No. I am trying to go to Germany, though, for Gamescom. Love to see a Ricochet Rafa build. We can do that next. Bum, bum, bum. I was trying to get this thing to go live. Ricochet Rafa build? Oh, yeah. He's got a whole skill tree dedicated to Ricochets. Why is my computer freaking out? To Maxroll and the plan is functional on mobile. It's brutal to navigate. Yeah. I mean, they're just in their like baby phases right now. We just wanted to get them out because people were asking for them. But they're going to be improved upon. Like, you know what I mean? There's going to be a stat sheet that shows like what your actual stats are. And there's going to be, you know, these are actually going to go up in numerical values. Bum, 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 bum. You're late. Welcome in, Spider. Billy Billy World, July 11th. Gamescom, August 20th, August 29th. Next 3 stops for Gearbox before the launch of Borderlands 4. Yep. Yeah, they confirmed there'd be a Billy Billy world. Yeah, we actually have a full spreadsheet compiling of all of the feedback we're getting on it, Ghost. We are, even if you don't see like immediate changes, we are compiling everyone's feedback to make it better. We are aware. Let's do a little Ricochet Rafa build. This is being a little silly. A link. Bum, 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 bum. Cool, cool. Malawan Legendary Sniper that instead of increased crit damage, crits increase elemental damage. That's cool. Hey. All right, we're on the Maxroll section. Pug. What day you going to Gamescom? Oh, I'm not confirmed going to Gamescom. I don't know if 2K/Borderlands would send me to Gamescom, but I really want to go, so I'm trying to see if any studio would invite me. Like I'd show up for Borderlands, but I don't know if I'd actually get invited there for Borderlands type deal. Like I don't know if they're like inviting content creators to that. You know what I mean? All right. Let's do a Ricochet Wizard. It's this red tree side that gives some crazy use to all of the different indirect projectiles. It seems really cool. Let's go fire rate. Fire rate's huge. I very much dig action skill duration restore. Damage reduction. Increase skill damage when Rafa's shields break. Rafa deals increased damage from all sources. The full as Rafa's shields are, the greater the bonus. While Rafa's shields are max capacity, double the bonus. That's just percentage gun damage. All damage sources seems pretty spicy. I dig that. Let's grab that. Also, it kind of depends on like what shield we're using. You know what I mean? Like if we've got some crazy amp shield, this Sia could be interesting. Killing an enemy restores shields based on my max health capacity. He's trying to go for free. Yeah, I am. Killing an enemy restores shields based on Rafa's max health capacity. Okay, I kind of dig this synergy. We get bonus damage based off of our full art shields, and then whenever we kill an enemy, we restore shields. I like that. Indirect projectiles gain increased damage. Indirect projectiles include all action skill weapons, thrown weapons, projectiles not fired from your gun. You just gonna run? But by the way, I'd imagine that a lot of these numbers will change by the time the game launches. I don't think all of these passives and things are going to stay at their percentages increases and stuff like that. What browser do I use? Google Chrome? Are you talking to me? All indirect projectiles deal bonus fire damage. If the indirect projectile already deals fire damage, double the bonus. Holy shit. Wait. No. Could theoretically make our ricochets deal ordnance damage? That would be pretty cool. Let's go Errant Spark. Talking to you for about 4 years. Hey. Would chains be indirect projectiles? I don't know if chains are indirect projectiles. I don't know. That's like something I just like, what classifies? Because it says indirect projectiles gain increased damage. Indirect projectiles include all action skill weapons. So like, is all of this just directly benefiting Peacebreaker cannons? You know what I mean? Like, it says all action skill weapons. Do arc knives count? You know what I mean? It's a little confusing exactly what an indirect projectile is. Thrown weapons, as in like all throwing knives, are considered indirect projectiles? Aggro, I appreciate you. We got Spoopy Game coming right up. Lob Stim Glider, once it reaches the target, explodes, deals fire based on the ammo in Rafa's gun. We gotta go lateral planking. Anything not fired from your gun. So projectiles not fired from your gun. I don't know. I kind of assumed that this would include Jacob's ricochets. Because if it functions the same way as it does in like Borderlands 3, it creates a new projectile. Subject to change and saying the planner is awesome. Hell yeah. That's why Eraser was so broken, is it created a new projectile. And that new projectile inherited all of your bonuses again. This sounds so fun, dude. Double auto shot. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons are replaced with shotguns that have increased pellet count. Additionally, Rafa's turrets gain a chance to ricochet off of targets. Ricochets deal reduced damage, and critical hits always ricochet. Two-door license parts. Oh, as in like indirect projectiles. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this will turn into like some crazy TDR build. TDR plus Jacobs synergy. Like, surely Rafa's weapons gain a chance to ricochet off of enemies with status effects. Ricochet damage is based on the damage dealt. I would assume that this is considered as a indirect projectile. Do you think thrown weapons considered throwing knives? Or just TDRs? I don't know if I'm not sure. Do we got so much testing to do with that? Do you think dots stack like bleed? No, it's gonna. I'd imagine it functions the same way how dots have worked in the past, and bleed will stack. I like this point a lot. Rafa's weapons get a chance to ricochet off of enemies with status effects. Ricochet damage is based on the damage dealt. Is so cool. That gives us some extra points to spend. Is there anything that's like a must-have in some of these early trees? Some shield synergies would be pretty nice for us, honestly. I might grab that in green tree. I don't hate that. That actually could be harmful for us. If you use Peacebreaker cannons, you need the fire rate on red tray. We grabbed fire rate. This is a huge multiplier, but it doesn't care how much shield we have. It just cares if our shields are full or not. So you could go with the logic that if we have more shields, it might be harder to keep them up at full capacity. So this might not actually be worth it for us, actually. We'd technically want more shield restore than more capacity, technically. No double overdrive. Was that here? Soltado. I don't have that many overdrive bonuses, though. Like, I don't think I have any overdrive bonuses. The only ones that we have right now is the inherent ones. Which, I don't know if it's worth going all the way down for that. You know? If we were picking a bunch of overdrive skills, I could see it. Yeah. That's splash damage. You'd swap middle red? Well, we're here in middle red for pain reaction. This is more ricochets. And more ricochets is more damage for us. And more shenanigans. And we want all of the ricochets we can get. It's a ricochet build. So not going for the ricochet skill doesn't make much sense to me. And then we could just get a bunch of extra status effects. The ricochets are going to be dealing fire damage, so they're already going to be proccing dots on things. And then this just gives us more cooldown and action skill duration, right? Which is fantastic. 10 stacks of this off of status effects just to keep up the fire shotgun peacebreaker thingies. Global damage and movement speed. Yeah. We're like just shy of being able to grab it. I just don't think... I mean, the only overdrive bonuses we'd get is from going down there. Let's see. If we did go down there, that's splash damage, more duration. We'd obviously go splash damage. While overdrive is active, Rafa gains increased movement speed and gains health regen. While overdrive is not active, Rafa takes increased damage and gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Rafa gains increased gun damage, but decreased weapon handling. I don't think we need the health regen because I think we're going to be getting enough from the lifesteal. Whoopsies. I should have put 1 point here. That should have been 1 point. And that only gives us 3 to spend here. That's a 50% increased splash damage. That just kind of depends on what weapon we end up using. But I don't know if we're going to be using splash weapons on a Ricochet build. I'm thinking more like Maliwan Jacobs Ricochet. Or like Jacobs Maliwan with all the elements and the bounces. I kind of want to max this. Get lots of shield restore whenever we kill an enemy. That's potentially 20% of our shields back every time we get a kill. With this giving us a bunch of bonus damage, all global damage dealt, seems like kind of a no-brainer. And then I'd probably just put those last into movement speed. 25% movement speed. No, it's not going to... We're not going to be creating additional projectiles off of additional elements. That is definitely not in the game, unfortunately. They made that mistake once. They're not going to make it again. I kind of like that. I really like this bullet buddy. We get ammo regen, fire damage on our Peace Breaker cannons, and we can activate it to consume no ammo. Plus that with the shotguns seems really good. How close to Ricochet Wedge? I mean, they made a tree where you literally get your ricochets have a chance to ricochet, which seems crazy. And we're going to be getting 3% ricochet. This is per status effect. 3% per status effect. So this will go to like 15% per status effect. If we can get some bonus elements or something like that, we're getting lots of ricochets. Could be pretty sick. Oh, you know what? We should put 1 point here, actually. We should put 1 point into this. This is going to give us bonus shock damage. I like 1 point here, because that just means that we get an additional element. Oh, yo. We should get this too. I see. We get this. So now we're doing all 3 elements. With just that, we get all 3 elements for pain reaction. Does it still make sense to put 3 points into movement speed there? Maybe not. We're getting a tier list before the game comes out. No, I don't think so. Check the bottom right capstone. I see it. I don't think it's worth for this build. What's up, Eagle? How you doing? We can mess around with those last points. That's going to be a feel thing. But I like all of that. What's the bottom left, Cap? This thing? It's a melee override. You fire a glider that does damage based off of your ammo in your gun. Could be cool, but like it's not necessarily important for the build. You know what I mean? I don't think that's gonna be super important. Do you think they'll have Amara's ball as some kind of skill? I don't think so, no. Peacebreaker cannons are going to be OP. They were my favorite of these. I think Apava's Lance will get a lot better. Like, the gameplay we saw of it later looked better, but early on, I did not enjoy them. I did not enjoy them. I don't see an easy way to change the names of these yet. I gotta change it here. Just call it Ricochet Rafa. The cannons auto-fire. They auto-fire at anything that's in your crosshairs or like slightly out of them. But they won't like fire at enemies behind you. Apava's Lance one-shot build. You know who's going to have an interesting one-shot build is Vex. How are we feeling about builds that spec 49 points in one tree? It's going to be weird, but like probably pretty good, to be honest with you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is like the loading phase. In order to get to like the crazy specific shit, you have to go through the loading phase in every tree. And like, you know what I mean? Like, I could just dump these points here. To be honest, like our last points, I could just dump them here and put 49 into the here. I skip a lot of the like generic fluff by just skipping them, and then I get a ton of points and all the more interesting skills. Harlow, yeah, I can't wait. Boom, 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 boom. Skills to get the capstone. Yup. It's like my brain is like, this is inefficient to put an extra point here because I already got the capstone. I got more than enough points, but I actually think this is optimal. Do I think Deptonation Blue Tree Tier 5 will have synergy with a Ricochet build? Deptonation Tier 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Rafa damages an enemy with an action skill, place a remote detonator on that enemy. Ordnance override. Detonate all remote detonators. Remote detonators gain increased damage, increased splash radius for every remote detonation. I don't see why that wouldn't have a synergy with a Ricochet build. Yeah. I like it. I dig it. You'd have to, if I don't know if that would be worth going all the way down to. In terms of when we have 49 points. The only reason I say that is because, like, I think you're going to want all of these extra ricochets from pain reaction. Which, like, let's say I could make that another planner.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I don't think you can get both. Let's see, just put 5 there. Enough to unlock here. Can you get both? Can you get all of them? You need 1 point in lifesteal. Extra ricochets. More fire rate. Ordnance. No, you can't get... If you lose this, can you? I think if you lose that, you could. You get 2 points in there. I mean, you could technically squeeze 3 in there. But yeah, I think it would work. I just don't think it's going to be worth foregoing all of the dope shit you can get in red. If that makes sense. At least with their current amount of skill points, like, you know. Ricochets won't be very good single target. Yep. I mean, I don't think every build is going to be made for doing every piece of content. You know what I mean? We already saw that there's going to be insane mob density. We're going to have multiple builds for multiple things. Like they said, you're going to want a there's going to be a new type of build in this game that you're going to want to have. Which this was from like the creative director, Graham Timmons. You're going to want a world farming build, which is a build that just focuses on movement speed and clear speed to farm the world as fast and as efficiently as possible. You know what I mean? Like, we've never had a build that you specifically want for world farming, because that's never been, you've never needed to farm Pandora's open world or like Pandora's areas for gear and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But in this game, we're going to have builds that are basically just how fast can you make our character so that our character is faster than vehicles. That's going to be the goal, is make your character faster than vehicles to be able to fly around the map and kill everything in sight. You know what I mean? There's going to be new types of build farming and new types of builds that prioritize things that have not been a priority in the past. So Driver Amara would be a great world farming build. But yeah, you're probably not going to need like insane single target for a world farming build, because I imagine it's just killing lots of trash mobs type deal. You know what I mean? Also, for ghost specking movement speed, just because of how convenient the car is. Potentially. I don't know. I love movement speed. I'm kind of surprised Rafa doesn't have a, like, skill that scales damage off of movement speed, to be honest. I kind of figured that would be a shoo-in with all of his movement speed stuffs. You're all for journalist walking. There's not going to be direct build loadouts, but they did say you're going to be able to mark gear as, like, specific types of gear so that you can, like, filter by, let's say I label everything, I label all my gear for Ricochet Rafa. I can, like, click the tab that says Ricochet Rafa and just select all the gear that I have labeled for it. It's not going to auto-equip for you, but you'll be able to mark the things that you want to use.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Kygar Ungo, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They saw what happened with Amara and Zane with that. Hey, but it was fun. That didn't cause issues with Zane. What do you mean, issues? What are these issues you speak of? No, it's still going to be like a generic stash ghost, but you're going to be able to hit like a filter button and say like, I just want to see my ricochet gear type deal. The skill to the left of detonation, the right tools, Rafa gains increased ordnance damage after reloading his guns. This bonus can stack. Yeah, I mean, that looks nuts. I like that. You can't play without boar. We don't have a boar skill yet, do we? I wonder if they would give that to Amon. I could see Amon having something like that. Or they don't have boar because it's been absolutely broken in every game that it's been in. I wouldn't be surprised if no boar. Rafa has one with boar in the name, but it doesn't actually do boar, right? It doesn't actually, like, do what boar does. Where is it? Watch Harlow have ties and boar. I mean, she's already got ties. She's looking pretty good off of just that alone. Like, credit where credit's due. It looks like they're learning from how to scale skills. You know what I mean? Like, Vex has Remnant, but it's not like the Remnant that we know. It just gets like a percentage increase off of overkill. It doesn't like gain overkill. Where'd you see that Rava has boar? Or a skill called boar? I don't see that. Booming, Synergia, Diablito, Baracho, Drone, Brain, Off, Fiesta. Engorged Boar. I've got to have at least moused over it once. Project Gorgon. Pavis Lance weapon is replaced with incendiary layers that pierce enemies. Deal increased damage and chain to more enemies. Yeah, but that doesn't say, like, deals more damage if it pierces. It just says it pierces enemies. You know what I mean? That's different. It's not scaling off of pierce. Are these the confirmed skill trees? These are all subject to change. These are the skill trees that were in the game that we played in our demo. But, you know, they've said publicly that, like, values here could potentially change and be tweaked and stuff. Like, this might be 0.5% now, but when the game launches, this could be 1% per point. You know what I mean? Or they could move this skill here and move this here. You know what I mean? Like, it's up to them what the skill trees actually launch with, but this is what they currently are. Just so I can butcher the names, I took like 8 years of Spanish, which is kind of sad that I still am so bad at it. Unfortunate. 25% gun damage. Does that count for ricochets? I'd imagine so, yeah. I think, you know, like if it's coming out of your gun as a ricochet, then yeah, that would increase it. I didn't spec this though because I don't think like additive percentage gun damage. We'll see. I don't think this is going to be as impactful as like basically fire rate and all damage dealt multipliers versus just like percentage gun damage. We'll see. Do you think El Diablito will proc synergy? We made our first build off of that interaction, so I hope so. That was the very first thing that I made a little build on, because that looks nuts. All damage was king. Yeah, all damage is spicy. It's very spicy. Should we make a bleed Vax build? Bleed Witch. Double augment sounds fun. Yup. Vex is attuned to kinetic, gains increased lifesteal and reload speed. This is going to be important for this later. Man, this is gonna be interesting. This might end up being a lot in green tree. Where is the node that gives us double kill skills? That's gonna be like a ridiculous pickup on literally every Vex build. Is it in green? Oh, it is in green. Yeah, dude, this skill is nuts. Vex kill skills gain increased mag stags. I don't think you make a Vex build without this. At least if you have kill skills. That's just so gross. Vex gains increased kinetic damage and kinetic status effect damage. We're gonna want a lot of these things. Vex gains increased skill damage. Do you think this bleed counts as a skill? I didn't really think about that as before. But do you think this Vex gains increased skill damage counts for Bloodletter? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with probably not. Gonna go with probably not. Yeah, but it's a status being procced from a skill, so would it have both tags? It's definitely a status effect, but it's being granted not from a weapon. It's being granted from a skill. Vex gains lifesteal. Max that out. The reason we're going to max all the lifesteals out is because blood is power. Vex gains bonus kinetic damage with guns based on the lifesteal when her health is full. 100% bonus damage. I think we have to get rid of this, actually. I mean, the health regeneration is useless because we're going to have so much lifesteal, but the max health capacity is not terrible. Does the bleed scale off of gun damage? Well, it depends on what's proccing it. You can proc it with skills, too. But yeah, the damage is a percentage of gun damage per second, which would be interesting. I wonder if you could proc that with a skill and it would still be based off of your gun. Like, imagine you get dead ringer melee thingies to go. It only says gun damage. Yeah. But, like, imagine you hold, like, a rocket launcher. Like, you pick up an ion cannon. And then go get a bunch of clones to melee the shit out of something. And all of them are proccing ion cannon level dots. That would be fun. I dig that. Hold a kinetic Jacob sniper. Yeah. When Vex uses a repair kit, her next gunshot will be a bloodshot, converting damage dealt to kinetic and dealing bonus damage based on her health. This is gonna be so fun for like one shots. I don't know if you spec this in like a normal build, but like like a rocket launcher focused build with this would be gross. I like this. Kill skills gain increased duration too. What does this do for us? Eldritch Blast now sacrifices health on you, so it becomes a piercing wave. Enemies hit take damage and restore health. Gain bonus damage healing. Eldritch Blast no longer has a cooldown. Well, we need to go get Mortal Terror, so we're going here anyways. Gun and skill critical hits with Bloodletter. So this is going to give us the crit chance we need. Mortal Terror is going to give us chance to trigger those kill skills. I don't really have a great feel for how this action skill is going to feel at Endgame. Because it felt alright to use. I think we're going to end up using this energy vampire. Vex deals status effect damage to nearby enemies. Killing an enemy while Incarnate is active will grant a stack of energy vampire, increasing status effect damage. It's like kind of exactly what we're looking for. I think we might go for Vibe Check as our capstone, though. I feel like ordnance damage is its own individual thing separate from gun damage. That is not true. That's how I thought it was. The devs have confirmed that, like, throwing knives only deal ordnance damage, grenades only deal ordnance damage, but ordnance guns, like a rocket launcher or a like railgun thing, benefit from both increases to gun damage and increases to ordnance damage. How do snipers play? I thought snipers felt good. I saw some people say snipers didn't feel good, but I was having a lot of my like best clear speed with snipers. More so like Jacobs, like the one tap ones, than like the anything that was like a charged sniper felt not good though. Mabsy, thank you for the 26 months. Legendaries and firmware effect, yeah. Not the 30% damage increase. What 30% damage increase? There's a thing with bleed in this prismatic ichor is disgusting in a bleed build. I think this would be really cool. We don't have enough points to get there. But when Vex or her minions apply a status effect to play another random elemental status effect, this would make it so that anytime you're applying bleed, you'd also get random elemental effects as well. And if you're scaling the F out of status effect damage, that would be like a huge backup. But I just don't think it's realistic to grab with this amount of points. No wonder ordnance guns were so strong. Yup, that's broken. That was my exact reaction, Jim. Exact reaction. I was like, well, those are going to be strong. We've got 5 points left. I might just spend it in Green Tree. This might be a full Green Tree build. She's got so many good points here. That's a neat one. Nah, I think we have to grab that, actually. I take it back. Bonus kinetic damage with weapons that are action skill. That's disgusting. Yeah, that's a must grab for bleed. That's a must grab. The only thing that sucks is I want grave sights and I want grave implements because they're both kill skills that stack up a bunch of crit damage and gun damage. Which I'm assuming would scale Bloodletter? The thing that I didn't get to test is if it scales off of the actual damage that inflicted it, or if it scales off of, like, your gun, if that makes sense. It can't proc off of the thing that triggers it, because otherwise it would make no sense for the skill critical hits proccing gun damage. It has to be your actual gun. Which means I'm curious if this would actually increase its damage or not. Like, if getting more gun damage here would actually matter. Getting more crit damage probably doesn't. I wonder if we could do silly Amara level things with Deadwire in the red tree. 5 rows down, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Vax deals gun damage, there's a chance to spawn a spark or remnant that will seek out a nearby enemy and explode, dealing shock minion damage. The thing is that this, I saw this as well. I forget what actually goes up with it, but it seems like this isn't going to do, like, I mean, it still sounds really strong, but I don't think it's going to do Remnant stuff. Because Remnant was overkill multiplied, you know, with Mayhem. This is just going to be doing a percentage of your damage. So unless this orb is like getting procced and then re-grabbing your damage increases and like all damage dealt and like minion damage increases, it's probably not going to be that insane. You know what I mean? If this gets procced for 60% of your gun damage dealt and then grabs your grabs minion damage increases, it'll be pretty silly. that could get a little silly. It really depends. So many of these things that we're looking at are like that just depends on like how many pools it can pull from. How many things actually benefit this skill? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom. What kind of build should we do next? I kind of want to do an Apophis Lance Rafa. I haven't really messed around with the possibilities of Apophis are. BB. These skill trees are way more in depth than 3. That, you know what the coolest thing about that is the skill tree is like in terms of like a Borderlands 3 build, right? Your Borderlands 3 build was like your skill tree and your gear, right? That was kind of it. You know, and you'd basically everyone had all of the Guardian skills unlocked. That wasn't really like a build decision. In this game, we've got a skill tree, which are more in depth than we've ever had. We've got our gear, which the gear is only part of it because now the gear is you're gonna have to make an active decision on what set bonuses you want to wear. If you want to do like 5-piece set bonus or like a 2-piece set bonus with a 3-piece set bonus or like 2-2-1 set bonuses type deal. And then there's also going to be the Guardian rank or Badass rank, whatever proficiency that they're doing, that they said is going to be like another skill tree where you have to make actual decisions in it. It's nuts. You want me to look at Overspirited? 5 down, far left. Killing an enemy with ordnance damage or an action skill will spawn an explosive remnant. Yep, seen that. Dude, you could go Overspirited plus Deadwire and just have remnant orbs going everywhere. Have we seen any potential bonuses? We've seen absolutely 0. Absolutely zero. They're like hyping them up though. Set bonuses. Well, okay, so they're not like Diablo 3 because set bonuses are not tied to the gear that they roll on. We saw that there's a firmware transfer station. So unlike Diablo 3 is a massive issue with set bonuses because the set bonuses are the gear. Imagine if you could put that set bonus on literally anything. That's what it's going to be like in Borderlands 4. You can put any set bonus on like any legendary type deal. At least that's what we're assuming. Legendary class mods can have up to 4 skills. Don't remind me. The RNG of that is going to be miserable. that I am not excited for. More like how Ellie recently changed her set bonuses. Exactly. What do we want to do next? We did Bleed, which... Oh, what's this? We gotta make this public. Swords Rafa, infinite ammo Rafa. I've kind of gone infinite ammo on both of the Rafa builds we've come up with. I really like that Peacemaker infinite ammo regen thing. Lance Rafa. Was the overdrive skill? That wasn't in the Lance tree, right? I kind of want to see. I'd also be curious about a full overdrive build with the with all of the overdrive bonuses, like stacking up as many overdrive bonuses as you can with Soltado, double all overdrive bonuses. Melee override that throws a melee dagger. Yep. Give me 0 again. Just out of curiosity, just if we just grab overdrive bonuses stacking up here. Overdrive. Splash damage. Overdrive skill. Movement speed. Health regen. Oh. Less weapon handling. That's kind of interesting. Double all overdrive bonuses. That's kind of spicy. Oh, thank you. There's overdrive bonuses here, if I'm not mistaken. Gains crit chance with his guns. Gun damage. Weapon handling. I feel like we gotta go crit chance. Top left of right branch, yeah. I think maybe it makes more sense to do 3 there, 5 there. Is the Borderlands 4 skill tree? It is, yeah. So that gives us ammo regen, fire rate. We get no ammo consumption. We get a bunch of crit. Whenever we damage an enemy with a skill, we gain stack of Jacques. For every stack of Jacques, he gains increased overdrive bonuses. Whenever overdrive ends, lose all stacks. Wow, that's kind of insane. This is going to give us a ton of shields. And a bunch of all damage dealt based off of our shields. Damage reduction. We get a ton of splash damage. A bunch of gun damage. I think it technically makes more sense to use Peacebreaker here. Dude, Peacebreaker cannons seem just so good. I dig them. This seems kind of like a generalist-esque build, you know what I mean? Like, basically, as long as you take a splash gun here, you're kind of chilling. That's, I mean, at base, just with this, that's 100% increased splash damage. And then this gives us, I don't, is this going to go to 5%? So we're going to double our overdrive bonuses. We're getting like 200% splash damage. We don't have aim on trees yet. If you take Lance, you get infinite overdrive. Wait, why? Oh, like lower cooldown, more charges type deal. I don't hate that. Wasn't there one skill that we grabbed that was like while an action skill is active? Or am I misremembering?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Just while overdrive is active. Spellmonger, thank you for the 47 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go Lance instead. It's going to have lower cooldown, more spam to proc our overdrive bonuses more often, keep them up easier. What do we have here? When Rafa consumes a charge, he gains cooldown. For every charge consumed, that's pretty nuts. That's basically like free lances. Gains increased action skill potency. Action skill potency? The hell does that do? Rafa damage enemy with the public get further crit chance. Yeah, I mean, if we go Sangre por Sangre, if we shoot it, we basically get it refunded to us. Basically refunds itself. Is this how it really looks? No, the actual UI in game is a bit different. You know, it's got more details and a little bit clearer everything. But this is all actual values from the game. This is the thing that we've been working on over at Maxroll. Kind of our beta. I have come with bad news. No matter how good you think your builds on TFD are, you'll never beat while using a full racing sim setup to farm Sigma Sector with her. That's incredible. You're trying to make full arc knives work? Arc knives is going to be really cool. I don't know how easy it's going to be as like a first build. You know what I mean? Typically, melee builds have needed some specific gear to really shine. Have they said when new classes will be fully revealed? They have not. Soltado seems like it should be in blue, Trey. Yeah. There are, like, way more overdrive-esque things in blue. Literally everything in blue is an overdrive skill. But this is doubling all your overdrive bonuses. I don't disagree. Blue bottom left. Aw. Dude. The only thing about this is, like, you've got all of these things. Like, Brain Dump gives you increased crit chance. Oho Rojo gives you a bunch of bonus crit chance. This gives you a bunch of chance to, like, apply all these status effects and things. Which is all great. And then this, I feel like, kind of invalidates it. You know what I mean? Whenever you shock an enemy, all your shots are critically hit. Like, I feel like it'd be way easier to just not... You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be, I would imagine, relatively easy to be able to keep this up. And then you don't need all of the other crit chance stuff before it. Type deal. You know what I mean? And, like, if you don't want to take this sliding thing, then you kind of have to spec into this. I don't know. It seems a little interesting. This seems not very interesting, though. Whenever you apply a status effect, your action skill consumes no duration, and a Papa's Lance consumes no charges. You get a Papa's Lance doing a bunch of damage, proc a big status effect, and go do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. MGS is overrated? MGS? What do you mean? What's MGS? This is a Borderlands 4 skill tree. Item out Metal Gear Solid? We haven't had a Metal Gear game in forever. Do we not get characters if we don't buy the Ultimate Edition? There's going to be post-launch characters that if you buy the Ultimate Edition, you get them included, or you can wait till they come out and you can buy them individually. Sorry, I was eating salad. Bum, bum, bum. I am going to edit this because that ended up not being Lance. That was Overdrive Rafa. All right, now let's make a Lance Rafa build. Yeah, we're like, this is just like for fun. I like, you know, it's kind of hard to familiarize yourself with the skill trees until you like actually have them out in front of you and can like actually see how many points you need to get certain things. You know what I mean? So, we finally have planners, so we can like finally mess around and see like just how close you can get to certain skills, which I feel like I've had a hard time like imagining in my head. So we're just messing around with it right now. But yeah, nothing like serious. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be like posting these on YouTube type deal. I don't know. Would you guys want to see like theory crafts on YouTube? I'm probably gonna do that, but like not until we're closer to launch. Like, it feels kind of silly to like put out a theory craft 2 months in advance. Yeah, I was gonna do it, but like wait until like, you know, we're probably like a few weeks out or a week out or something.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Too early now. I agree.
Sept 12th here we
Adequate.
come.
Thanks so much for the 39 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's make Lance Rafa now. Yeah, Papa's Lance does do ordnance damage. I'll probably throw in like the mention of these planners being live in, like, I think we'll probably do a summary of the recent like Graham Timmons article and also the like Game Informer stuff and the story as like a big like a wrap up video, and then almost do like an ad like, hey, by the way, we just launched our skill tree planners on Maxroll. If you guys want to check them out, link in the description. How much longer did this game drop? September 12th. Do you think it'll be fine to just buy the base game? Yeah. The safest bet is to buy the base game. I don't know. The safest bet is to not buy it at all and just wait for launch to see what the reviews are. Wait for launch, see what the reviews are, get more information, and then make an informed decision there. In terms of like pre-orders, it's just like, it kind of comes down to your feelings about the Borderlands games. If you've put in hundreds of hours into every Borderlands game, you probably do the same with 4. So in that case, you could feel better about pre-ordering. But if you haven't liked previous games or didn't enjoy 3 at all, like, it makes more sense to wait. Did they drop the price? They haven't dropped the price. Blue Tree Tier 2 gives so much cooldown on the right. Or, let me see. That is an F ton of cooldown. You're not wrong. So wouldn't Fiesta plus end of the project capstones just be infinite lands? Fiesta plus project capstones. Pause lands is replaced with a close range shocking taser burst. President holding Rafa to deal shock damage all around him. The longer Rafa holds his attack, the greater the damage it deals. Oh, if Raiju can proc Fiesta. Yeah. As long as you got things to shock, that sounds like it'd be up all the time. If you have enough shock chance. Have they said when they're going to showcase Amon and Harlow? No. We know that we're getting a Borderlands event in on Friday. Friday of this week, we're getting a new Borderlands thing. They're going to be at Billy World. And then August 20th, they're going to be at Gamescom. That's like the next two big events. We could see Amon and Harlow on Friday, and then Gamescom will be like Endgame reveal, but I don't know like what their plans are for that kind of stuff. Boom, boom. Exalted Panda, I just seen that message from you. Incredible. Thank you. They actually work in game. Yup. All right, let's make this lands build. Reload speed, regen ammo, increase fire rate. We like fire rate. Fire rate always good. Wait, are there two cooldown rate skills? Oh, ordnance cooldown. Yeah. Well, yeah, fine. Oh, we want to spam lands. Let's spam lands here. The first shot fire for fully load weapon magazine. Just weapon handling. Interesting. Throws a grenade, he gets more cooldown rate. Whenever Rafa throws a grenade. Interesting. I don't think we need more cooldown rate if we have that, to be honest. Let's go for some ammo regen. What's going to give us the most lance damage here? I think left tree. I think it has to be left tree if we want to spam lances. Let's go Conductivo. More shock chance. Shot effect chance and more shock chance. After sliding Rafa's action skills, deal bonus shock damage and he deals increased crit. Why not? Easy 1 point into 5 into Fiesta for a lot of Apophis Lance spam. Dude, I could see Apophis Lance nuking bosses. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. There's a lot of things here that make it look really good. There's a lot of things here that I don't understand. Like, I don't know. Like, this being the augment that gives you 40% crit chance, but if you just wait 4 seconds, you get guaranteed crits. Like, I don't understand why you would go this if you have this. You know what I mean? It's already going to be dealing shock damage. We just slide and it gets shocked, and then it crits without this. El Soldado plus Soldado. Where's Soldado? Remote detonators on Lance would be very cool. Bonuses doubled while charging Apophis. Don't really care about that. I just want remote detonators as additional multipliers. Um, that gives us bonus corrosive damage on our lance. Is that worth? This skill damage would be kind of nice for Lance, but we can't really get down all the way there. Oh, wait, we definitely want this. Drone Assault. Whenever we activate or retrigger an action skill, we get Corrosive Explosion Gliders. Oh, I might actually lose this, potentially. Named Moxie? What the hell? This gives us percentage stacking ordnance damage, which Apophis Lance deals ordnance damage. So this, in theory, is a metric ton of damage for Lance. We have to go metal management then. Why does he have so much weapon handling stuff? What is this? He's got El Centro for weapon handling and then another skill for weapon handling. That makes no sense. In Blue Tree, you can't go T2 skill on left side without T1 above it. They're connected in game, but not on this tray. In Blue Tree, you can't go T2 skill on left side. You're talking about Preparata without going Rinse? We need Amon and Harlow. I know. Of Tamario. Yeah, the one that gave you reduced weapon handling. It's interesting that that he's got two weapon handlings on top of each other. Also, this is with weapons and action skills. I feel like we're going to see a lot of builds that are speccing into one tree or like very hard focusing into one tree. Because once you get through this like initiation phase, there's just so much good shit. And you can freely spec into the 3 bottom branches. Did you see level cap increases confirmed? Yep. Big W. You think Rafa will be OP? Rafa's looking very strong. Rafa is looking very, very strong. If I don't go Harlow, I'm probably going Rafa. So we go Apophis Lance here. I kind of want to go Engorged Boar with... Wait. I kind of like Engorged Boar We don't need this crit chance, right? Because we're going to be proccing that with awe. We could go Sangre por Sangre for more cooldown rate. But we already have a bazillion cooldown rate from Preparado. Plus, this makes it so we don't consume charges. So I don't think we need charges. You know? Like, this gives us a much bigger projectile that's going to hit more enemies. And if we're hitting more enemies, we're going to be proccing more shock, which is going to give us more Fiesta and more awe. I kind of like that, actually. Going in Gorge Boar and then Raiju. Vex looks like the new Zane. My only issue with Vex is she's got 2 minion summoning action skills. And I don't really like minion builds. Like, part of the way that I pick my characters for games like this is not which character I think is going to be the strongest, but which character I think is going to have the most strong builds. As in, like, the most amount of builds. You know what I mean? Like, Vex Bleed build looks really dope. But after we make Vex Bleed, I don't know what I personally would go after type deal. You know what I mean? Because I don't really go for the minion builds typically. So that's kind of why I'm waiting to see like what Harlow's cooking. Does it have poison? He gets it. Like, look how many Rafa builds we've already made. We've got Rafa Infinite Stacking Gun Ordnance build, Ricochet Rafa, 1 Vax build, Overdrive Rafa, and Lance Rafa. You know what I mean? Just off of the Theorycraft alone, like, there's so many things that we could do with Rafa. To take back your request for trouble. Well, of all the things I got to use, trouble was the thing that did the most damage. Our fastest boss melt was actually trouble. With violent outburst, trouble, explosions was like instant deleting bosses. This like heals trouble, right? But if your action skill is active, it only consumes 33% of trouble's health. So you get 3 explosions. And if you have a way of making trouble heal itself, you could potentially just boom 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 boom. You know what I mean? If you get enough survivability that you could trigger this a lot, that's your boss mount. Call it trouble explosion. Trouble explosion. I wonder if this counts as... This potentially could be crazy too, because this is ordnance damage. Plus, I think it would also be considered action skill damage and minion damage. Vex does increase action skill damage. I don't think damage reduction does anything. Vex and her minions gain overshield. Well, Vex's overshield should her minions gain health regen. More ordnance damage is pretty big. Kill skills get increased effectiveness. I think you're going to need that. Max health capacity. Health doesn't scale it. We just want to make it so it stays alive. They said that all action skills deal action skill damage. So even though the Apophis Lance does ordnance damage, it still gets increases based off of action skill damage. It's not like increasing your action skill damage wouldn't increase the damage of Apophis Lance. Same thing with like Rafa's arc knives or like whatever it's called. Even though they deal melee damage, action skill damage still increases it. What's the one that's going to give us the most trouble damage here? Vex's minions gain bonus shock. Vex's rep kit, bonus damage. Vex and her minions gain lifesteal. Oh, shit. That could be the key. That could be the key. If this proc heals off of a percentage and it does a bunch of damage, you could just proc. Boom. Bonus shock damage. Yes, please. Big lifesteal. Okay. Minion damage gets crit. There it is. That's huge. A percentage of Vex's ordnance damage increases minion damage? Whoa, what? Dude, look at... Isn't that kind of wild? Like, people are like, dude, 49 skill points. Like, I hope they raise the cap. Like, we're not going to have enough skill points. This build that we just made gets the cap... You get down to the capstones of every single thing here. You know what I mean? Why can't you find salted caramel butterfingers in stores? Is a good question. How are you? I'm doing well, Charlotte. How you doing? Let's get Trouble, Violent Outburst. Trouble now gains Overshield when he deals damage. While Face Familiar is active, Trouble gains an elemental aura, dealing ordnance damage over time to nearby enemies. That sounds nuts. Trouble now has a chance to gain an illusion near the enemy when dealing damage. Critical hits have a chance. Illusions become badasses. I can't explode in illusions. We don't care. Marked enemies gain a stack of unsealed, gain health regen, and increase damage while Face Familiar is active. Nope. Trouble bubble. Ordnance AoE. RF trouble. There's one thing I want to ask you. Would you be interested in some customized stuff for your channel? You can DM it to me if you want to talk. You're really worried about Vex's flying enemies? The Dead Ringers can fly. Dead Ringers can fly. Incarnates can fly. I don't think Trouble can fly. Can I DM you? Yeah. What's the new profile build about? That just hasn't updated yet. They all have names. Boom, 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 boom. Chadley, when you were making builds, did any of them end up being entirely into one tray? Because I'm finding that to be a real thing. Anything that increases Trouble's health doesn't really matter for us because it's just going to sacrifice 33% of its health capacity anyways. So, like, it having more health doesn't really matter. It's not like scaling damage off of its health. It's just doing 33%. So, technically, if we have less health, it's going to be easier to cause more explosions. Yeah, we did Lifesteal Bleed Vex. They updated right away. Here, I'll show you. Look, if I go to my profile manager... They're all named Rafa, Stacking Gun Ordnance, Ricochet Rafa, Bleed Witch, Overdrive Rafa, Lance Rafa, and Trouble Vegs. So if you're seeing one that says, like, new profile, then it's not updating. Can you have the link? Exclamation mark planner. Trouble Explosion. It doesn't look like it's updating. At least not yet. Because there's 2 Lance Rafas here. And a new profile. And that I just updated to be Trouble Explosion. And it still says Trouble Vex. So no, they're not updating immediately. You have 2 Lance Rafas, but I don't. How do you see my builds? On the planner, just hit Maxroll Builds. And you can, you'll be able to see. We got Abby, Chadley, Bird, and myself. Is there a character with a lot of cryo stuff? Amon's going to have the most amount of cryo stuff. Vex also has a decent bit of cryo stuff. Don't know about Harlow. They said Amon's going to be the most elemental-focused character, though, which is interesting. Kato, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Will I be doing a vid summarizing these theory crafts? I'm not sure. I will do a theory craft video, but I don't know if it makes sense to do one now. more likely to wait till closer to launch. I think if I put out a Theorycraft video, people just get mad at me. To be honest. I can already, like, the comment section would already be like, wow, getting this nerfed already. Thanks for getting this. They're gonna nerf this now. How was your stream, Kato? Too much time for things to change? Yeah. Boom. Why'd I spec into kill skill buffs when you don't have points into actual kill skills? Do we not have any kill skills? Dude, about the kill skill effectiveness one? Wait, where do you see that? You know about this red tree? Why are you expecting the kill skill buffs? Oh, this? Grave power? Is that what you mean? We have multiple kill skills. Well, I guess we only have one kill skill. Is it only one kill skill? I do only have one kill skill. I think we were debating speccing into this or not, but weren't sure if it would actually increase bleed damage. That saves us 3 points here if we don't go that, though. It's a good call. That gives us... we have to go for that. Let's swap that to target. I didn't even see this. Vex's gun damage against crit chance against any parts of enemies. Let's swap that to Drink Full. And then Mortal Terror. That gives us more fire rate. Then we could put Last Point into Strike Me Down. I like that. Crits activate kill skills. Yep. Yeah, we had that before. But that's going to make target. This is going to make this way easier to proc. Strike Me Down's a Kenobi reference, is it? Wait, why do you think Mortal Terror is pointless? Oh, I see why. I'm stupid. You're right. We don't have any. We literally don't have any kill skills. What are we doing? What are we doing? I feel like we should have some kill skills. That saves us those points too. The big question is, I don't know if percentage increases to gun damage actually increase bleed, because I think it only scales off of the actual damage of your gun. I don't think it scales off of the hit, but I don't know if percentage gun damage increases actually increase bleed. If they do, then we have to spec into the gun damage increases. We're still going to be gun focused, though. The key word here is that even if you proc it with a skill, it still deals percentage gun damage. So that's why I don't think it works off of the damage of the gun damage that procs it, because skills still proc gun damage. Oh, this is the new MR planner. What's up, Judge? How you doing? It is. Put 1 point into a bunch of kill skills. Could be interesting. If it scales off of our gun and takes into account like our percentage increases, then like grave implements would be huge. And then we'd go grave power. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, shit. This is status effect damage here. Let's go for that. Heck that. Get rid of that. Give that gun damage, and then more status effect damage. That makes more sense. I like that. Vex's melee attacks apply cursed enemies hit, making them take connect status effect damage anytime they take gun damage. Cursed damage now triggers on minion melee damage and deals increased damage when it triggers on a critical hit. Okay, that's looking better. More gun damage, more status effect damage. We can still, like, do that. And then we need... So we're going Heart Piercer. Also, GZ on taking the lead for the Maxroll team on BO4. Hey, appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bottom left for Prismatic Ichor. This is good, but we'd have to give up a lot to get there. Could we get there with no blue tree? I don't want to lose anything in green, but could we get there with no blue? Wait, am I being dumb? Was it over here? Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Bum, 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 bum. Literally wrong trait. Gun damage, status effect damage, increased damage, action skill cooldown rate. The cursed blades are kind of interesting enough. That gives us 1 point into Dead Ringer. I don't know if that's worth giving up 30% bonus kinetic damage while our action skill is active. You know what I mean? Like this is super powerful for us. That's super powerful for us. And then 1 point into Cursed Blades. Critting dots. Oh yeah, no, that shit is good. But like, I don't think we can pick it up. What would we give up here? I've got 5 extra points in this tree. That's it. But it's for like a bunch of crit chance against any body part, which is super important because of Bloodletter. We need this. This leeching attunement's gonna be big for Blood is Power. It could technically get rid of material components because it's just more percentage damage, but I think that's fine. Because, like, look, if we lost, let's say we lost 5 points here, right? And we lost these 5 points here. Like, we need Blood is Power. That's... Yeah, that is the minimum that we can put into that tree for that. And then this gives us... Let's just say we get this. Even if we put the bare minimum into green tree and none into red and go all into blue, we still don't get enough points to get the Keen Suffering. You know what I mean? Keen Suffering is gross, but like I just don't think it fits. We need more skill points. No. There's a lot of big things here. I don't know if we have enough points for it. Just these 5 points here is 30% bonus kinetic damage. This is super big. Like, we saw this attune skill. While Vex is attuned to kinetic, she gains increased lifesteal and reload speed. All of these lifesteal things are going to be nasty for Blood is Power. Vex gains bonus kinetic damage with guns based on lifesteal while her health is full. This is going up to 300% bonus of a percentage of your lifesteal. We saw rep kits giving like, what was it? I forget. It was like 40% lifesteal on a rep kit. Like, just your rep kit alone is giving you 40%, and then you do that times 3 for bonus kinetic damage. You know what I mean? Like, depending on how often, depending on the total amount of lifesteal things, we might actually have to go some points into rep kit stuff here. Like, this rep kit cooldown might actually be a little bit more valuable than we're thinking, to be honest, because of the amount of lifesteal that we saw that they could give on like a green rep kit was like 40% lifesteal. Which, you know, that's like 120% bonus damage with kinetic weapons. Melee Hustler works with his arc knives. I'd assume so, but I'd have to double check the wording. Are the lifesteal passives with the med kit activates? Yeah, when it activates, which is why I'm like, we might actually want the rep kit cooldowns. We might be undervaluing that a bit. Because you're gonna get a massive damage increase when you proc them. Let's put 2 there and get that rep kit. That still gives us Potent Suffering and Cursed Blades. For Blood is Power? Yeah, I think you actually do need these guns and needles. Boom, boom. Do you think there's a potential for additional skill points? I don't think we're going to get that, no. All of the gameplay that we've seen that they've been level 50, it looks like they've got like 49 skill points. Energy Vampire increases status effect damage every kill. Energy Vampire? Where is that? I don't know the name of everything. Oh yeah, we're using Energy Vampire. It's our like attuned augment. We got Energy Vampire and Heart Piercer on. We're good there, yeah. Energy Vampire is gonna be gross. We are good there. The one thing kind of bad in my opinion, there's trees that any more than 15 points in the top half of the tree is wasted. The one thing that's kind of bad, any more than 15 points in the top half. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. As in, like, putting more points into here doesn't actually progress you this way. Yeah, that is a bit of a bummer. If we were to lose points here, it'd have to be into material components. Because I feel like this is just too much utility. You know. Kind of depends on what weapons we're using, right? But This is very nice. And is gonna make it a lot easier to stack up a bunch of bleed stacks because it has to be off of a crit to proc bleed. So this is just gonna lead us to way more bleed stacks. So if we were to lose a point, it'd be into that. That still has us at 28 points here, though. Like, even if we lose those 5 points, we still can't get Keen Suffering. Yeah, we still can't pick that up, even if we lose those points. You know what I mean? So I think it's fine the way it is, even though it's like not super ideal. Congrats on the planner. Thank you. There's a lot of people that worked very hard on this. It's very cool that they got it done so quick, all things considered. What do you think Endgame will be? Maybe go to the moon and do massive raid? Take down? I don't think Endgame's going to be on the moon. I do think there's going to be like a takedown, though. Are you going to follow playthrough or grinding at levels first when game launch? I'll probably do a full, like, we're going to do, like, all of the content we can in a playthrough. I'm not going to, like, beeline into Endgame. I think we'd probably take our time doing all the stuff in the world. What if we moved the 5 points from gravesites? Moved the 5 points from gravesites? From material components to gravesites. To gravesites? I'm not speccing this because it's not going to give us more bleed damage. Dealing more crit damage is not going to make us deal more bleed damage. So that's why this is kind of pointless for what we're trying to do. It'd be great for more gun damage, or for like more actual damage dealt, but it's not going to increase the bleed damage dealt. So not really any point. I wish we knew how much each investment into each skill actually added, because we haven't seen that. Some skills just don't multiply by the starting numbers. We will the planner will have like more actual values and stuff like that.
That's a lot of damage.
This is, this is as early as it can be for these skill planners. But yeah, we also just don't, at the same time, like, don't want to have something where it like is represented incorrectly. We're gonna explore heavily. That's my plan as well. I want to explore everything, especially because like I'm sure there's gonna be lots of like dedicated drops, and like, if you don't explore everything, you might miss out on half of the loot, half of the dedicated drops in the game, and then you're not gonna know what gear is available type deal, potentially. Phoenix, thanks so much for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Well, bleed damage? What are you trying to say? Could Bloodshot help kinetic damage? Bloodshot? Bloodshot's going to be a very strong skill, but we would spec this for, like, boss killing. Or, like, if we were specifically using, this is a bit more build specific. You know what I mean? A little bit more build specific, but I think Bloodshot with like a rocket launcher and like a setup for it would be nuts. Yeah, like a one-shot build setup would be really cool. But in just like general play, probably not super worth. Cryo status effect does do damage now. It's not just a freeze, it seems. It actually does damage over time, like other status effects. What's up, Scorpion? How you doing? All right, we'll do more build planning stuff later. Melee build with phase daggers. Yup, looks cool. Jake, I'm not looking at other build planners right now. Where skill point increases post launch were basically confirmed. Yeah, we're gonna get skill point increases. Amon and Harlow skill trees. I think they will. I think they will give us a sneak peek into the trees, but at a later date. At a later date. I kind of want to make like a wrap-up video. Dude, we have so many things to do today, too, because we got TFD and Mecha Break as well. I don't know if we're going to get to everything. Acrid build for Acrid. Nice. Acrid, my goat. BL4 info wrap up. We had the Game Informer open world video. We had the welcome to Chyros video today. And the Graham Endgame interview. All right, what did we learn from each? Wait, no, I can't hear volume on this. What is phase daggers? It's like a melee override that Vex gets. You guys can't hear this, can you? Oh, so many technical issues today. No, I can't hear it. Yep. There wasn't a lot of like hard new information in this. More so like a philosophy of making the game rather than like concrete info. Wait, this was new. You'll unlock different bodies for your vehicle over the course of completing missions and challenges. You'll also unlock skins for them, and then you'll unlock hover drives. And hover drives actually change how the vehicle feels. So really, like, how your vehicle looks is completely independent of how it actually drives. So you can kit out your character and kit out your vehicle to look what you think is the most badass, and then still have it handle whatever way you'd like separately. That's cool. That is very cool. I missed that detail, actually. Extend my backpack or lost loot for me, my SMG, because I'm using that thing all the time. I need to fix this so we can hear audio. We're going to do a quick fix. Quick fix. Instead of restarting again.
My weapons, using my action skills, and pass through a whole zone without
Should be able to hear it
missing
now,
my
yeah.
vehicle. And then it's like, well, yeah, if I didn't have a reason to get on my vehicle, I must have been killing shit. I must have been picking up loot. I must have been doing missions or contracts. That's how I know we've been successful. And I think we've done a really great job. I think the world build team, Jason Reese led that team. Jason Reese was the level design lead for Borderlands 2. So I think the world team did things to do. And
different items. It's the ability to just enjoy and play the game.
He's just talking about expanding their mag size with SDUs
seamlessly and happen. But also, and you'll find this out whenever we go to play in a little bit, traveling in between the zones is seamless also. It's not loading screens, where in the past it has been. And it does add a little bit of time, but for us it's more about really being immersive in what it is that you're playing and what you're doing through the narrative or through the missions themselves. But then we also have, as you got to see, the crawlers and the silos, those different activities. Whenever you drive up to them, there's a seamless mission objective that happens. And so you could be exploring and then it just happens. You don't have to go into your menu, find the mission, or go find the mission giver like you would on a main mission. But then even to speak to our main missions, you complete one, now you can go into the menu, hit mission replay, and you can go back and play that mission again, get that experience, run those rewards again if you'd want to. So
that's
it's really
pretty
in service of
nuts.
helping the players be able to be in the game as long as possible and feel that immersion, even whenever it comes to co-op. So you can drop in, drop out. You can jump in and using things on instance loot, being able to fast travel to you directly. All these things speak to the term seamless whenever we describe that.
You'll unlock different bodies for the vehicle over the course of complete. Also unlock hover drives, and hover completely independent of how it actually drives. So you can
got that part.
Have it handle whatever way you'd like separately. Sometimes in the past, a Borderlands runner would be on a wheel in BL3, right? They had really great identifiable mechanics, moves, so that players didn't have to make a choice like, oh, I really like how this one.
You have SDU rewards for doing certain points of activity. So now I can expand my backpack or my lost loot, or for me, my SMG, because I'm using that thing all the time, make my clip a lot bigger. But then the crawlers.
He definitely meant like ammo capacity. Yeah, no, I think he definitely. I'm not gonna run with that. I think he meant ammo capacity, because he said all the other things like make my lost loot bigger.
They give you vehicle parts. The silos, they give you a fast travel and also show you the where a vault key fragment is, and on and on and on with these individual places, because we want to make you feel like
total ammo.
You're being rewarded for your exploration.
From the development side, it's scary to think about just how big this game is. We put so much work into making this introduction. But once you get out into the open world, once you get out into...
Okay. All right. From Game Informer, we learned about a vehicle Customization. I know spell good. We learned about open world density. Rewarding exploration. All right. Chyros video. You're curious to know what edition everyone's going for? I'm not sure.
Chyros is effectively a prison planet ruled over by a dictator.
Out of curiosity, 1 in chat if you've pre-ordered the game, 2 if you haven't.
And order, and when things are thrown into those mechanisms
to
create chaos, he only knows how to clamp down and sort of institute martial law. The Timekeeper's primary method of control over the years has been a cybernetic implant.
2112.
The bolt is installed on the base of someone's neck and can be used to
Seems relatively split.
them down completely.
I'd say it looks like a little bit leaning more towards 2s.
Eyes and monitor
Green Man Gaming. I think it is on Green Man Gaming.
at all times.
Enter our Vault Hunters. People are now hungrier than they've ever been to get off of Chyros and to fight the oppression that they've been living under. Leader Calder, and he is part of the Augurs. He wants to take the fight to the Timekeeper, and the other council members are scared and they live in fear. In Terminus range, we have Vile Lictor is our commander. Vile Lictor is an augur. Since Elpis has arrived and brought iridium to the planet, Vile Lictor has begun experimenting and doing things under the nose of the Timekeeper.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Are scared and they live in fear.
The Augurs are a long-standing culture on Chyros. They're the descendants of the original mining teams sent there centuries ago by the Timekeeper in order to get resources like ordinite and other minerals and ores out of the mountain range.
So in
Wait, this is big info.
The Augurs are a long-standing culture.
So they're descendants of the original mining teams.
Of the original mining teams sent there centuries ago by the Timekeeper in order to get resources like ordinite and other minerals and ores
Far more
out of the
night.
mountain range.
So in the mountains, we have the faction leader Calder, and he is part of the
Descendants of original mining teams. That's where Calder is. He wants to take the fight to the Timekeeper. Mountains. Volume's too loud?
Augurs.
How about now?
He wants to take
Oh, too low.
Timekeeper, and the other council members are scared and they live in fear. In Terminus range, we have Vile Lictor is our commander. Vile Lictor is an augur. Since Elpis has arrived and brought iridium.
Elpis brought iridium. That's how we got iridium on the planet. Elpis brought it.
To the planet, Vile Lictor has begun experimenting.
He's
and
doing iridium
doing
air
things
experimentation.
Under the nose of the Timekeeper.
Then the Electi.
We have the Electi faction, and the leader is Levane, the gorgeous.
Electi led by Levane? Is that what she said?
Is Levane.
Levane.
The gorgeous Golden Levane. The Electi had previously lived in the city, an upper crust elite people that benefited from the Timekeeper. But when Elpis arrives, the Electi are left outside the city walls, and the city goes on lockdown, and they are not permitted back in the city. And so for the first time, they have to learn how the other side lives and how to survive outside the city walls. In Carcadia Burn, we have the Ripper Queen. When Elpis arrived, her perspective changed. She's realized that there's more to life than what she's been presented. And she rips her bolt as a means to be free of the Timekeeper's influence. When you rip your bolt out, there is a high potential for death, and if not death, insanity. And so her army is largely made up of raving, mad humans with decreased brain capacity.
She was able to convince a great number of her own soldiers to rip out their own bolts, and when they're not convinced, she does it for them.
So is she an ally? That's the thing that I don't understand about her, because, like, they showed off this guy, right? This guy's an ally. They showed off Rush, who's an ally. And then they showed off Levane, who's an ally. And then they showed the Ripper Queen. But they also showed off, like, Vile Lictor and the, like, big chunky boy, who's also an enemy.
We also, of course, have the Timekeeper as our primary villain in Borderlands 4. And when we were approaching how to write the Timekeeper, we certainly looked back on all of our previous main villains.
She's not an ally.
And considered how we wanted to approach
Okay.
the Timekeeper differently, so that he would
Desert
stand
area
out
boss.
from anything that we've
She's
done
like kind of
before.
walking a fine line though, because she also wants to like get rid of the Timekeeper and his influence. At least that's kind of what it seems like.
Villain of our game. The Timekeeper can reach out and control people with unshielded bolts, and that's a threat that is always hanging over the player's actions in the game. As we unravel things for him, though, we start to see the cracks. We wanted a villain who was a new type of character in the franchise, who is ever present and not overstaying his welcome.
We brought back so much from previous titles that fans wanted to see again and that we wanted to put in the game again. The world is immense, and it's a new planet. You can come to Borderlands 4 whether you've played the previous titles or not, and you can hop right in. It is a turning point in our universe, and how it connects back to our previous titles, but also at the end where it will point, is worth playing for.
Cool. www. Okay, that looks good. I got a bunch of notes that I wrote down. So we got the Game Informer, welcome to Chyros video, and then the Graham Timmons interview. We got confirmed level cap increases. Skill tree design. You got a CMT and a vending machine? That's pretty crazy. Dude, I always check vending machines for CMT, and I've rarely ever gotten one. No. I mean, the big thing with the Endgame is that it's built already into the game. Third party also vying for power. That's fair. Do. Boom, boom. Oopsies. It was unshielded bolts or vaults? Unshielded bolts. Unshielded bolts. All right, we're gonna record this video real quick, and then we're gonna go do TFD or Mecha break. I guess we'll see. Boom. Yo, guys, what is up? Max on a Borderlands 4 video, and today we've kind of got a big info wrap-up. I have been away for 4th of July weekend and my 1-year wedding anniversary, so I haven't been able to cover any of the Borderlands 4 news, and there's actually been quite a few bits of news, both today and over the past few days. We've got a interview with Graham Timmons directly asking questions about Endgame that Game Informer has posted. We've also got a Welcome to Chyros video that was posted by the Borderlands channel today, and we've got another Game Informer video that they shared about the open world, where we also learned a bunch of things. So this video is going to be kind of a wrap-up of not only the new information that came out today, but over the past few days about Borderlands 4. Hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown. Let's get right into it. Do. Real quick, I do want to point out that Maxroll, the build crafting website that I work for, has just launched skill tree planners for both Rafa and Vex. If you want to start fiddling around with the skill trees and seeing what you can put together and the different synergies, I will have a link down in the description. If you've never heard of Maxroll, they primarily cover ARPGs like Path of Exile and Diablo. I joined them about a year ago, and they've asked me to lead the Borderlands 4 branch. So we are now going to have a dedicated Borderlands section on Maxroll, and this is just the start of it, but we're going to be expanding, and all of my build guides that I post when they're going to be up on YouTube, they will also be on Maxroll when Borderlands 4 launches. Doop. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. So the first bit of info that we got is from the Game Informer open world video. Now, the first bit of info that we got is from the Game Informer open world video. In this video, they interviewed the devs talking about their design philosophy and creating the open world for Borderlands 4. Now, there was a lot of information that we had already learned. However, there was some new gameplay and some new details that I want to cover. The first is that vehicle customization is going to function a fair bit differently in Borderlands 4, in Borderlands 2 and 3. If you picked like a Bandit Technical, or if you picked like a... why am I blanking on the name of it? What's the not the Bandit cars? Outrunners. That's what they were, right? Outrider, Cyclones, Runners, Outrunners. I think it was Outrunners. Sorry, we'll do that one more time. So the first new information that we learned is from Game Informer and their open world video. In this video, they interviewed the devs about their philosophy in creating an open world for Borderlands, why they did it, and kind of their goals and objectives with a open world style Borderlands game. And one of the biggest pieces of information that we learned from that has to do with vehicle customization. Now, in Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 2, vehicle customization was you'd pick kind of like the base of the vehicle, like a Bandit Technical or an Outrunner. And when you picked a Bandit Technical, it would handle like a Bandit Technical. Regardless of how you customized it or like made it look, it would still be a Bandit Technical. In Borderlands 4, they're not tying vehicle performance to vehicle looks. And so you're going to be able to get different vehicles, but you can put these like cores that they mentioned that you're going to be farming in open world activities. I believe they said that they can be farmed from crawlers. And when you get these different cores, you can actually change the way that your vehicle handles and performs and operates, which is different than how it actually looks. And so you're going to be able to like, you know, change the weapons, change the look, but you're also going to be able to change how the vehicle functions at a base level with these cores that you can like farm from crawlers. So that's pretty cool. The next thing that we learned about is their kind of goals with density and exploration. They wanted to make it so that no matter where you are in the world, if you're going out in a direction, that you are rewarded. And they specify that, you know, in Borderlands, a reward could be a loot, it could be a piece of gear, but they didn't want just that to be the only thing that feels rewarding. One of the things that they really wanted to highlight is that you're going to feel rewarded for exploring, whether that's a piece of loot, whether it's a piece of gear, but also in terms of just content. Like if you go out, you're going to find side quests or bosses, not necessarily new gear. While it could lead to new gear, you're going to actually find things out in the world and have experiences that you wouldn't be able to have if you didn't explore that areas. They want these like cool special moments that basically are missable. It's okay if not everything can be found type of deal in one playthrough. And so that sounds really cool. And they also talked about having just like a really dense open world. And they want things to be, you know, constantly giving you incentives and reasons to go out and explore and go different directions. Do. The next bit of information that we got is from the Beyond the Borderlands Welcome to Chyros video, and this kind of detailed a bit more of the different factions. Now, the layout of Borderlands 4 is going to work in that the different regions have different factions, and you're going to go to those different areas and do missions and progress these different factions. And they're also going to have kind of like these area bosses, which are like the kind of final boss of the area. And they detailed what these different factions are doing and their kind of motivations and, you know, what they're pursuing. So in the starting area, we've got the Outbounders, which we've seen gameplay of. That is going to be led by Rush. What is the... What's their motivation? I missed it. We call them Outbounders. They kind of like our Vault Hunters crash landed on Chyros and have not been able to leave because the planet is on lockdown. I see, okay. The next thing we learned, The next piece of information that we got is from the Welcome to Chyros Beyond the Borderlands video that the Borderlands channel posted. And this kind of details all of the different factions and the commanders that we're going to be fighting in different areas. The way that Borderlands 4 is seemingly going to be broken down in that each region kind of has a faction that's going to be controlling that region that you're going to help and work with, and then also kind of fight the commander of that region to keep kind of like progressing in those areas. So we found out that the Outbounders, we had known some of this before, but we found out a little bit about their motivation. The Outbounders are a faction of travelers who actually, like the Vault Hunters, crash landed on Chyros, and their kind of driving factor, their motivation, is that they can't leave. They want to get off this planet, but because Chyros is on lockdown, they're unable to leave, and hence they're trying to like rebel against the Timekeeper so that they can go back home. And they are going to be led by Rush, who we've seen and had some like cutscenes of. Rush looks awesome. And then the like commander of that area is going to be Idolator Soul, who's this big, massive brute that we've seen in some of the cutscenes. The next faction is the Augurs. Now, the Augurs are part of the like original mining team that was sent to Chyros. They have been here for a very, very long time, unlike the Outbounders, which are very new to Chyros. And they are led by Calder. Like Thanos. Yup. Why do they hate the Timekeeper? He wants to take the fight to the Timekeeper. They didn't really say why. Idolator Soul? Did I say it wrong? You got too much aura. Our next faction is the Augurs. Now, these, unlike the Outbounders, have been here on Chyros for a very long time. They are descendants of the like original mining team that came to Chyros that was sent or ordered by the Timekeeper to mine for Ordinite and other precious materials. They are led by Calder, who is this kind of like small man. And while a lot of the Augurs are scared and living in fear of the Timekeeper, Calder wants to take the fight to him. Now, the commander of the like Augurs area is Vialictor, who is also like a descendant of the Augurs. And Vialictor has begun experimenting with Iridium. We know how that goes. Iridium was not something that was on Chyros beforehand. However, when Elpis crash landed on Chyros, it has brought Iridium. And now Vialictor is using that Iridium to make crazy experiments. And so that's going to be the commander of this like faction. The next faction is the Electi. Now, the Electi are a high-class faction. They actually lived among the Timekeeper in the city walls, and when Elpis crash landed, the Electi were kind of forced out. Basically, the city went into lockdown, and they were all outside of the city walls, and now that the city's in lockdown, they're not allowed back in. And so now these Electi, who were, you know, high-class, living life well, are now locked out and having... I gotta explain that better. Our next faction is the Electi. The Electi are kind of like a nobility, high-class faction. They were living in the city of Chyros with the Timekeeper. However, when Elpis crashed, they were outside of the city, and the city went into lockdown, which kept the Electi out. And so now these high-class nobility are basically living on the streets and having to figure out how to survive on their own, and are also kind of like rebelling against the Timekeeper for being locked out. And they are led by Levane, who we've seen in some of the previous trailers. They didn't really give us the badass of this area. Unless it's Ripper Queen. Is it Ripper Queen? Oh, it is Ripper Queen. The commander of this like Carcadia Burn third region is going to be the Ripper Queen, who we've seen a bunch of. Basically, her motivation is that she like the commander of this region, or Carcadia Burn, fighting against the Electi, is going to be the Ripper Queen, who has kind of caused this huge revolution, a rebellion against the Timekeeper by ripping out her own bolt and realizing that she could free herself from the Timekeeper's control, and then also causing her followers to rip out their bolts and even forcing them to rip out their bolts, which, ripping out the bolts causes mental damage and leading to a lot of psychos and crazy people. So she's going to be kind of like our psycho leader. We've seen a lot of like footage where the Rippers are doing a lot of drilling. What they're drilling for, we are not sure quite yet, but it seems like it's going to be a pretty important plot point. And lastly, they talked about the Timekeeper. Now, the big detail here with the Timekeeper is they wanted to have a villain type that is different than anything that we've had in the past. They didn't want a villain who's like constantly in your ear, like we've had with like Jack or Tyrene or Troy. They wanted a character that's a really serious threat, but doesn't outstay their welcome. And I think Timekeeper's going to be like a lot more of a serious villain than we've seen in the past. I don't think Timekeeper's going to be cracking jokes or talking about Butt Stallion in our ear. I think there's going to be a lot of different like humor levels, but they're seeming to like, go for more dry, serious humor. I'm imagining that's going to be from other characters, and then Timekeeper's going to be this like truly menacing presence. More poop jokes. And our last bit of information is from Game Informer. Creative director discusses designing the very ambitious Endgame content. Now, I'm going to be real. Unfortunately, there's not really much specific Endgame details here. It's definitely not what we were hoping for in an article titled about Endgame. But we do get a small bit of insight into some of the things that they're doing and planning for Endgame. One of the biggest things is they said that Graham Timmons, the creative director, says, I know what's important to our community, and that's built already into the game, talking about the Endgame, basically kind of confirming, in my opinion, that Endgame is going to be there at launch. Like, it's not something that they're going to be adding in an expansion. They know what we care about, and that is already there. So I'm assuming, hopefully, that means like takedowns and raid bosses and stuff like that. But they also mention how they're planning the game to be prepared for Endgame and prepared for, like, how the game is going to evolve. And one of those things has to do with skill trees. He says that we made a purposeful decision with our action skill tree, assuming what will come in the future with our end game. It's not a secret that we always eventually do level cap increases, right? That's built into the high level design of saying, okay, if that's going to still be in our future, how can we make our action skill tree this time anticipate that and be balanced from the jump? The team drew lessons from our past games, including the most recent entries in the series. In designing Borderlands 4's Endgame, in Borderlands 3, we ended with 72 skill points. It's a really high number, and so for the game designer in me, that can create a lot of chaos with how those action skills were designed. You lose build diversity as you add more skill points because everyone's homogenous, because they all have the same skills ultimately unlocked. We've thought about Borderlands 4's Endgame from the jump, and we have some great plans for what we're going to share, but I think we're taking a lot of the lessons from Wonderlands and Borderlands to make sure that we execute the best version of the Endgame yet for Borderlands. What I think he is like kind of referencing here is, for example, when you make a build in Borderlands, one of the biggest decisions that you're making for the build is what capstone do you pick, right? And on launch, you get one capstone, so you've got different builds with different capstones, but when you get a bunch of skill points, now all of a sudden, every build has most likely 2 capstones, and then you lose a lot of that build diversity because, like, let's say 2 of those are for guns and 1 of them's for melee. If you're not playing a melee build, you're never grabbing that melee capstone. So then every gun build is looking like a blue tree, red tree capstone build. And so one thing that they're done with Borderlands 4 is you can only ever have 1 capstone active at a time. The capstones kind of function like augments in that they are something that you slot into your tree. So at level 50, you can get to multiple capstones already, but you can only have 1 active at a time. And that in of itself creates a lot more build diversity because you could have the same builds spec the same way and go down to the same path, but could be using multiple different capstones because now instead of 1 capstone per tree, we've got 3. And I think that's something that they're kind of like referencing here, and that they, even if we get more skill points, it's not going to be like you get a ton of different capstones because you can only use 1 at a time. So I think that's actually really clever. Boom, boom, boom. Guys, that is going to do it for the little bit of information breakdown over the past few days of Borderlands stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you're wondering when the next big, like, actual meaty piece of Borderlands info is going to drop, that'll be this Friday. Gearbox has confirmed that they will be at Billy World. I don't know what they're going to be showing or what to expect, but we know that they're going to be there. And I'm imagining if they're traveling all the way to China to make a presentation, that they're going to show us some cool stuff. So hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, we get Rafa and Amon gameplay and skill trees, but we'll have to see. So, guys, that's going to do it for the video. I'll catch you on the next one. Take care. Peace. TFD is giving away 8 cats. Wait, how do I get that? Harlow and Amon? What did I say? Not Rafa? Oh, shit. I'll have to put a little text over that. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. I'll just put a little, like, title blurb. The Nice event. Huge. By the way, very pog that we can record and not lag the stream anymore. Big happy about that. Moxie, will there be matchmaking for story missions, and will there be more than one planet to explore, like in Borderlands 3? I think we're going to be exploring Chyros, and I think we're going to be exploring Elbas, but as it stands, I think that's just 2. I love that the Ripper manufacturers named it to the way they tear out their bullets. Yup, very cool. We probably don't need to do an take of that. It's fine. TFD now for cats. I think we're gonna jump on some Mecha break. We get a sponsored segment for them today, and then when we finish that, we can jump on some TFD. But it doesn't really make sense to do a sponsored segment in, like, midnight. You know what I mean? Or is there indirect? Yup. Oh my god, the multi-chat is still broken. That's crazy. It would be similar to scale in Athena's. I'd imagine a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's gonna be like another Chyros type deal. You know what I mean? All right, let's hop on some mecha break. By the way, I downloaded some Steam Deck games for while I was traveling. I basically exclusively play like Vampire Survivor likes and roguelikes on my Steam Deck. Because like, I don't know, I just feel like those kind of games are good for it, but strongly recommend, if you haven't checked it out, Conquest Dark is really good. And I recently started playing this one, Rogue Genesia is also very cool. Yeah, teammates would be great. Bum, 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 bum. You're talking about which one? Conquest Dark or Rogue Genesia? Gets really crazy. Yup. It's so good. I was playing it this morning on my Steam Deck when I woke up at like 6 because I think I wanted to play it more. You gotta try Soulstone. Soulstone's the GOAT. I've played a lot of Soulstone. Soulstone and Gunfire Reborn might be my top 2. Boom, boom, boom. You're a sucker for Horde Survivor games. It's quickly becoming one of my favorite genres. We'll pick the design for that later. Boom, boom. Boogies. Just one more type games. Yeah. Big fan of the whole, like, you know, I love power progression. And that genre is great for it. Do we know what the deal with Elpis is? I'm kind of speculating that it's going to be in the zone from one of the DLCs. No, I think it's going to be in base game. We've seen, like, background footage of Elpis, I think, with, like, vents. Dead Zone Rogue. I'm pretty sure I played that like a few years ago. If I'm not mistaken. I'd be thinking of something else. Where is our like recruit code? We had a recruit code. If I'm not mistaken, that I could like paste in chat for you guys to join. I don't understand why they would put endgame content on Elpis. I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. I'd like, it'd be cool if there was in-game content on Elpis, but at the same time, like, why design an entire world where like it's all these regions and all these like cool stuff everywhere, and then for the majority of the time that you're gonna actually be playing the game, it's not there. You know what I mean? That just doesn't. That it could be, but I don't like that game design. That's the code, Super Matt. Okay. Well, where did you find that? They put it on Elpis because the pre-sequel didn't have any. It's in Rally. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Epic said it might be on Elpis in a video, so everyone's parroting it. TFD tomorrow? Absolutely. I mean, it'd be cool if it was on Elpis. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Unless Elpis was the same size as Chyros, it would just invalidate all of that world activities and stuff that you've made if you just made the endgame somewhere else. If you need a teammate, you should just be able to join with that invite code. Realistically, we're probably gonna do TFD tomorrow, because I mean, I didn't expect that we would be doing Borderlands for 4.5 hours. You're in the squad already? Okay, cool. Cool. That is on me. I figured we'd be there for like 2 hours. We got a little too deep with the planners.
Narukami, ready to strike. Panther,
I think Elpis will be tutorial. Oh crap, I didn't switch my guy. Oh, I didn't like Skyraider. I have yet to play Lumine. Drone launcher. Oh, you can like pairs friendly. LB for smoke. Oh, you have different modes. So you can go from healing mode to damage mode. Okay, that's cool.
Proceeding on board.
Lumine. Access swap modes for dot damage.
Particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Escort the payload along the route to the launch site. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the payload.
Let's do it.
Make sure to reach the destination before
See now when people fly back over. Let's do it. I think I'm just gonna focus on healing, to be honest. We got all damage dealers.
Lumine, engage.
Oh, I see it. Like, targets my teammates. I feel like I'm gonna be a pretty bad healer.
Objective. Activate signal consoles and guide payload to destination. Unavailable. Console A activates in 20 seconds.
It's been a second. I forgot the controls.
Enemy down.
Can I heal myself at all?
Landing area confirmed. Entering
Yes.
Locking in to harass enemy defense.
With the smoke screen or other things?
Fire control system signal console activated. Enemy payload is swiftly advancing.
Okay, X is swapping the different modes.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Corruption mode. Reloading. Narukami, moving in to provide cover. Corruption mode.
Doesn't seem like I've got much range.
Support mode. Welkin, ready to pick off some
Where's our
stragglers.
team?
Assist.
I see. So that guy's got 2 drones on him. That guy's got a drone on him now.
Activates in 20 seconds. Corruption mode. Weapon not ready. Assist. Assist.
Nice. Got that guy healing.
Subtask. Capture console payload. Activating signal console. Unavailable. Corruption mode.
Hit him with a heal.
Signal console activated. The payload is swiftly advancing. Corruption mode.
Come on, someone's got to be able to kill him.
Enemy down.
Okay, I guess I will do it. And then with some heals.
Assist. Fire from front.
Stick with this guy.
Assist.
We gotta get heals on him.
Stabilizing. Corruption mode. Support mode. Reloading. Fire from console C activates in 20 seconds.
Get some damage out.
Support mode. Unavailable.
More heals.
Energy low. Assist. Subtask. Capture console C for the enemy.
We'll do a little bit of TFD tonight, but yeah, we'll probably just do TFD all day tomorrow.
Unavailable. Support mode.
It will heal you with your drones. Oh, really? That's cool.
Activating signal console. Assist. Signal console activated. The payload is swiftly advancing. Corruption mode. Weapon not ready. You got what you deserve.
Boom.
Enemy down.
Nice.
Unavailable. Support mode.
I'm surprised people aren't targeting me more as, you know, the healer.
Corruption mode.
But I'm not complaining.
Unavailable. Assist. Assist.
You guys are kind of getting smacked.
Support mode.
Boom. Boom. Sounds like old school arcade. Yup. GG's.
Victory.
People don't understand it. I mean, I wasn't complaining. Basically, they went after me once, and when they did, they killed me, and the rest of the time I just got free heals. By the way, this is a sponsored stream for Mecha Break. If you guys want to check the game out, exclamation mark Mecha. Exclamation mark Mecha. I'm pretty sure they just start you in bronze, by the way. We're clearly like a diamond, at least. Surely. Of course. Yep. I'll just have our music on. Boom, boom. Where can I see our squad? Boom, boom, boom. By the way, my join rally code is this. If you want to join. Where's the big damage? I was playing a healer. What do you mean? Literally playing a healer. What have we unlocked the samurai guy yet? Oh, yeah. I've never got to play him. Stellaris. I wanted to try this character. Alright, we got Zero. We got Super Pat. Pog. We got space for one more if anyone else wants to join. Let's do it. Are you playing on a healer? Because it was available and we didn't have a healer. And I wanted to win. Healers seem pretty strong in this. I don't think there's any way to actually heal without a healer. Like, it's not like you can go, pick up a health pack somewhere on the map. Yeah, it kind of plays like a hero shooter. But with mechs instead of...
Aquila.
Or mechs as your heroes.
Hurricane. Ready to strike.
What does this character do? We've got Warblades, Assault Warblades, Tactical Claws, Camouflage, Sword Drones. This gives us a parry. Cool. I wonder if you can parry projectiles.
Stellaris. Ready. Pilot proceeding on board.
The elimination mode is repairs. Gotcha. Warbirds for repurchase. I'm not sure, Mr. Peter.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge.
Have I taken a bath in the lounge in Mecha Break? I have not, no.
Infiltrated Sky City. First squad to 8 kills wins the round. Secure 2 rounds.
Can't say that I have.
To stop their plan.
Boom. What's up, Tempest? How you doing?
Stellaris, engage. Stellaris.
So he's sticky in game too. Yup. What is this mode?
Objective. Neutralize all hostile strikers and safeguard Sky City.
Whoa, whoa. Wow, we're fast as shit. Wait. What the heck? How am I outside of the map, but they're not?
Optical camo activated.
I see their support. Come here, little support.
Energy low. Insufficient engine active.
I can't move. Oh, is that an energy?
Initiating ejection sequence.
What's up, Charloop? How you doing? All the sliders maxed.
Enemy down. Ready for
Yeah, I don't do much PvP.
confirmed.
Dying on purpose. How dare you?
Stellaris.
I was just trying to kill their
Sneaking up for
healer.
a backline ambush.
There's the healer again.
Energy low. Energy low.
Aquila. Ready
I
to
just get
provide
parried?
aerial
What was
cover.
that? We gotta get their healer out of there, but they're kind of.
Insufficient engine output.
I'm getting ran down. There's like 5 on me.
Landing area confirmed.
Stellaris. Sneaking up for a backline
Oh, it's like
ambush.
single life stuff.
Fire control system unlocked.
We're like an assassin, right? We're like
Stabilizing. Unavailable. Optical camo deactivated.
Focus on attacking this unit.
I feel like I kind of need to do the parries and stuff.
Ejection sequence.
There's something that I'm missing about this mech. Because I feel like we're supposed to be an assassin type, but I'm not killing things all that fast. You know what I mean?
Enemy down.
Like there's some part of the burst combo or something that I'm not getting or don't understand yet.
Stellaris. Sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Stabilizing.
Oh, is this what we're missing? We gotta LB them. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I think that was the combo we were missing. Is you get a grappling hook into them.
Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output.
Hurricane coming in to draw
No.
enemy fire.
Insufficient
Woo!
engine output.
We're just getting nuked. So we got a parry off there. And the little like grappling claw was definitely a big part of our combo. We gotta do the sword drones as well.
Enemy
A bit more effective. Yeah.
Ready for deployment. Landing
I like how each character has like a bit of like a skill ceiling to it.
Stellaris. Sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Like they've got enough going on that it feels like you can genuinely get better with certain characters. L2 times 2 and then R2 is a nice combo. Like just tapping LT. Tab slash. Yeah, we kind of got clapped that game. Not gonna lie.
MVP.
Narukami is more than just a weapon.
Narukami. I don't even know what that one does. Launching melee while midair is unblockable. Word, word, word. It is free to play, Demoose. Oh, should we still play Stellaris? So far, my favorite one is Welkin. Welkin's been the one I've had the most success with.
Aquila, ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike. Lumine, ready to strike. Inferno, ready to strike.
Let's try another one
ready
with
to strike.
Stellaris. I want to see if we can have a little bit better of a game. You're hoping for an updated Enzo build? Yep. We're gonna have updated Enzo, Glay, Valby. Hi, Smurf.
Injecting Colixium particles. Pilot sync rate
Do the guys
stable.
also jiggle? I hope so.
Initiated.
Narumaki's a glass cannon too. You should try Falcon. I like Falcon a lot. I do like Falcon. We had some fun games with Falcon.
Stellaris, engage.
Landing area confirmed.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Objective: dismantle Corite extractors to prevent Corite pulse storm. Optical camo activated.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Energy low.
Damn, I ran out of energy. Seems to be a real issue for us.
Energy low.
All right, L2, L2.
Insufficient engine output.
I'm out of energy again.
Target required. Sword armor offline. Enemy down.
There we go.
Corite extractor dismantled. Assist.
Nice.
Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Corite extractor deployed. Assist.
Nice.
Corite extractor dismantled by enemy. Insufficient engine output. Insufficient
I hate
engine
stamina
output.
systems. I just want to attack as much as I can.
I'll be the end of you.
Meet me here. Focus on this target.
Stabilizing.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine
No.
output. Corite extractor deployed. Optical camo activated. Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Corite extractor deployed. Insufficient engine output.
I'm one tap. I'm one tap.
Insufficient engine.
I have no energy to do anything. Yeah.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Initiating ejection
When you stand in
sequence.
the blue crystal ground. Okay. Yeah, dude. Once you run out of stamina on a melee like mech, I feel like I'm just a sitting duck.
Enemy down.
I can't dodge and I can't attack.
Ready for deployment. Landing area confirmed. Entering combat.
Stellaris.
Skilly, it goes well. How you doing?
Backline ambush.
Chloride extractor dismantled.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Assist.
We take that assist.
Chloride extractor deployed.
My like grappling hook hasn't worked. I'm hitting enemies with it, but it's not.
Activated. Unavailable. Energy low.
How are you not dead?
I'll be the end of you.
I have no energy.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Insufficient engine.
I can't melee attack.
Output. Chloride extractor deployed. Tricera, holding down the front. Energy low. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Enemy down. Energy
Hey. Do I need to hit like an additional button when I grapple them?
low. Insufficient
I thought
engine output.
I thought I didn't. I thought it was like once if I connected them, it auto pulls me. But I've hit 2 grapples now and it hasn't pulled me. Let's see. Like he's grappled right now. Oh man, he messed me up.
Stabilizing.
There, I don't know why then it attacked, but other times it didn't.
Optical camera.
Oh, we got him good there. That was sick.
Extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
We actually burst him down. Unlike the other times.
Chloride extractor deployed.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Energy low.
We're gonna have a tough time killing Falcon. All right, let's pop our camo.
Optical camo activated. Unavailable. Energy low.
Let's go! Nice, chased him down. Where'd you go?
Insufficient engine output. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Insufficient engine output.
What?
Chloride extractor deployed. Chloride extractor dismantled.
Dude, stop running. I just need some stamina, please.
Insufficient engine output. Target required.
Oh my goodness.
Insufficient engine
I just need some energy, please.
Insufficient engine
No, come on. It's one tap.
Enemy
Heck
down.
yeah. need to press twice to do it. That makes sense. Oh, you're right. If I tap it twice, it does pull me. Oh god. Thank you. That is that's so big for us.
Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output.
No. I'm having a real hard time finishing some of these kills and just running out of stamina, and then there's nothing I can do. We're like bursty, but if I don't get the burst kill, then it just gets really awkward.
Enemy down.
Yeah, that guy messed me up.
Ready for deployment. Landing area confirmed. Entering combat.
Stellaris. Sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Fire control system unlocked.
Alright, that one's not even deployed yet. I don't need to worry about it too much.
Focus on this target.
Fire from front.
Focus on this target.
There's two there.
Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Alright, let's pop our invis and go in.
Corite extractor deployed. Corite extractor dismantled. Optical panel deactivated. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Enemy
Nice, got him.
energy low.
We can go in on this guy as well.
Weapon not ready.
Focus on this
Corite
target.
extractor dismantled. Energy low. Stabilizing. Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Let's meet up here.
Optical camo at Corite extractor deployed. Unavailable.
Damn. Can't reach him.
Optical camo deactivated. Unavailable.
Oh, come on. I did all of that damage. Alright, I'm starting to get the hang of that burst combo.
Battle ends in 30 seconds. Weapon not Corite.
Getting the grapple is like super important
Victory.
for initiation. You stole my kill. Oh, good. I was having a hard time getting the last hits. I think that's what the little sword drones are that you can put out.
MVP. Tricera's always got your back.
Big flop. Oh no, boom, 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 boom. The TTK seems very high. You have a bunch of abilities. If you want to burst someone down super fast, you kind of need to like use your whole kit. Like you're not gonna like insta kill someone just by like holding down your shoot button, for example. You know what I mean? If you want to 0 to 100 something real fast, you gotta use all your abilities to cut it done. All right, we did a few games with Stellaris. I think we're figuring out that character a bit more. I didn't Love Panther. I haven't played this one yet, Pinka. I don't have the ability to play Inferno yet. Oh, you know, we could just trial Inferno, right? I'll only try in training. What are these Matrix contracts? We need 2,859. Wait, can I buy that with points? I've got 5,000. You can lock them for 7-day trial. Gotcha. If you go to the stop. Is the controller a keyboard? I've been playing controller, but you could do both. I see. Inferno, 7-day trial. Yeah, let's grab him. Let's try Inferno, ultra heavy attacker. What do you got for weapons? We got charge splitters. Is she good at mobbing? In Void Erosion Purge, she's very good at mobbing, yeah.
Aquila, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike.
Charge splitters. Shoot. Charge. Fire and release. 30 plasma. Okay, so it's like a shotgun. Fires plasma beams. Inflicting continuous energy damage. Target with 12 units can intercept enemy missiles. Press again to deactivate. Earlier reduce reload. Focus emitter fires supercharged plasmas. Oh, I've seen this attack. Inflicting significant energy damage. Boost energy and fluid armor regen. Press again to deactivate early and reduce cooldown. Evading creates illusions, making the striker immune to lock on. Cool.
Pilot proceeding on board.
What about Sigma Sector? There's a Sigma Sector build in there. The thing is, she's not the, like, best mobber when it comes to massive AoE unless you're using, like, a rocket launcher. So, like, I prefer just to use, like, Freyna or something for the... But in terms of, like, high DPS mobbing, she's unmatched. You don't really need high DPS for Sigma Sector. Everything's trash mobbing. If that makes sense.
Inferno, engage.
You been enjoying this as well? Hell yeah. Wait, are we underwater? That's cool.
Objective, capture consoles and guide payload to destination.
What was that guy doing?
Fire from front. Console A activates in 20 seconds. Assist. Side armor offline. Activating signal console. Unavailable. Signal console out of range. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone.
This is a game of wits. Don't you get it?
Set to disrupt enemy defense.
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
Oh, my thing's out of cooldown. That's what it is. I was wondering why I couldn't attack.
Assist.
All right, I'm starting to figure out this one. Dude, every mech does have like a decently like learning curve to it. Wait. Whoa, what did I just kill there? It's crazy. RBs are big laser. Can I dash with this? Oh, I can. Dude, this would be a game that I would very much benefit from paddles on my controller.
Assist. Console B activates in 20 seconds. Advancing payload.
Like, holy.
Bit off more than you can chew, huh?
Activating signal console.
I like this character. They feel very strong.
Signal console activated. The payload is quickly advancing. Down.
See ya.
Moving here. Enemy incoming.
Weapon
Defense payload.
That's a lot of enemies.
Console C activates in 20 seconds.
Ralliant console. Ralliant console.
Subtask. Capture console C before the enemy.
Damn, almost at him.
Assist. Unavailable.
No, I need ammo.
Activating signal console. Enemy down. Assist.
I was hoping you'd last longer.
You're downloading? Let's go. We got an open spot if you want to join. Is this Borderlands? This is not Borderlands. No. This is Mecha Break. We're doing a sponsored stream for them right now.
Weapon not ready. Stabilizing. Enemy down.
Why can't I attack? There it is.
Kill. Assist.
Triple kill! Logan!
Stabilizing.
Where's my quad? Where's my quad? Oh! I got sniped.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Sad. You can charge and hit with main weapon while beaming. Oh, really? That's pretty spicy. Wow, look at this snipe. He lined me up, dude.
Enemy down.
Lined me up.
Ready for deployment.
It's weird because it's like sometimes it's the left weapon that's charging and sometimes it's the right weapon that's charging, but I think it's just whatever the opposite is of whatever your gun you have ammo for, because I think they're the same gun. It's just like if you hold them, they charge. Oh, you can fire your main weapon while beaming. That's pretty strong. That's a lot of DPS. All right, does that put us in Grand Champ rank?
MVP.
Is that Falcon?
Useless to run when Falcon has eyes on you.
Yup. Not quite. Your MVP robbed. That was the opposite of a quick scope. He was lining up for 6 minutes. I couldn't have been slower. Let's do a game as Falcon. Falcon's fun. So far, Welkin is still my favorite. Had to calculate wind resistance. Serenity is so good. Which one is that? I haven't played Serenity. That's a healer, right? Serenity. It's like the one I can't play. I think I need to do a 7-day trial on them as well. Ultra range artillery, wide area recon, energy auto cannon. Has an orbital laser beam. That's pretty cool.
Lumine, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Stellaris, ready to strike.
Hey, yo, we got 3 supports. We're new meta.
Falcon, ready to strike.
The one with the axe, that's Welkin. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Panaka, ready to strike.
Who's the best beginner mech?
On board.
That's a good question. I think Welkin's a pretty good beginner one. You just dive at people with a massive axe and swing and win. You're beefy. Do a ton of damage. Easy kill potential. I like Welkin. All of the ones that like transform are a bit more complicated.
They're key to controlling the facility. Make sure to capture them before the enemy.
Falcon, engage. Falcon here.
If this is an indoor map, Falcon might not have been the play.
Seize data nodes and gain control of the facility. Fire control system unlocked. Node A activates in 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Seize immediately. Energy low. Target required. Story armor offline.
Wow, I got nuked.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Oh, that glass roof can break. That's how they were able to shoot through it.
Ready for deployment.
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
Optical camo drone will fire control system unlocked. Nodes B and C. Node A captured by enemy.
Serenade, set to disrupt enemy defense.
I am getting Freud. When you dash barrel roll, you can break target lock. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, I just got nuked. The way that I mean, I've only played this character once before, but the way that I was trying to do it is like doing flybys, where you like go into your flying mode and then fly by, drop the missiles, drop as much damage as you can, and like if you don't kill them, loop back around, and if you do, you know, come back around and go for someone else.
Lumine, locking into harass enemy defense.
Serenade, set to disrupt enemy defense.
I wanna low down to the ground. How do you descend if your circle is dodge? Can you just aim it?
Ready for deployment.
You like the extraction game mode? The extraction game mode's pretty fun.
The sky is ours.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system unlocked. Insufficient ammo.
Let's meet up here.
Let's meet here.
Aquila, Ready to provide aerial cover.
Dude, they're just... I can't go down. I can't aim down to go lower. How do you go down?
Insufficient engine.
Oh, no.
Node C captured. Initiating ejection sequence.
Chase down snipers and dogfight, other aerials. Gotcha. I gotta figure out how to go lower. Hold right stick down? Really? That wasn't working for us.
Enemy down.
Like, oh, like R3? As in, like, literally push the right stick down?
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
It might be R3.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system unlocked.
Oh, it is. It's R3.
Target required.
I see. Not pushing the right stick down. Dude, I can't go out here. They're just...
Assist. Target required.
Serenif, set to disrupt enemy defense.
They've got like turret-esque guys out on the rim there.
Insufficient ammo. Captured. Initiating ejection.
Yeah, okay. We figured out how to descend. It's getting fired up from somewhere else.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Node C captured by enemy.
Falcon here.
We're getting ran.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system unlocked. Target required.
Nice.
Target required.
Oh.
Serenif, set to disrupt enemy defense.
Target required. Fire them right.
No, I'm dead again.
Node C captured. Energy low. Target required. Node C captured by enemy. Node A captured by enemy. Assist.
GG's.
Defeat.
GG's.
MVP.
Yeah, they were locking down the middle real hard.
Will bomb them to smithereens.
That would be that's like kind of one of those moments where it's like it'd be cool to like pick a counter pick or a counter play to them, but like you're kind of locked to one character for the game. Dun, 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 dun. Good to know, Jacob. What game is this? Mecha Break. Wild. Like that character on that like other big open map that was just like open skybox would be sick.
Stellaris.
Oh, someone else took Welkin.
Lumine.
It put us on Pinnacle.
Tricera. Ready to strike.
What does Hurricane do? I never played this character. Stronghold defense. I've never played Stego either. Let's do one more game on Inferno. We were like just figuring out this at the end of last game, or end of previous game. Is there a solo component to this game? No.
Injecting Coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain keys from 3 data terminals to seize the base's main turret.
We got Sniper, Ultra Heavy Defender, Light Support, Heavy Brawler, Light Brawler. Huh?
Inferno. Engage.
I'm pretty sure you're stuck to your choices, sir. I don't think you can change.
Inferno. About to lay down the barrage.
Like, this would be a great map for Falcon.
Fire control system unlocked. Objective. Secure and upload keys.
Am I already getting fired at?
Key generates at point A in 60 seconds.
Attack marked target.
We're not gonna chase the sniper. It doesn't make sense.
Stabilizing. Assist.
Here.
What? Damn.
Assist.
People do stealth max. Oh, we got killed by the sniper from afar.
Enemy
Oh,
down.
no.
Ready for deployment.
Inferno. About to lay down the barrage.
Provide cover. Fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing.
You can't get enough, huh?
Stellaris. Sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
Come on, teammates. Help me out. There we go.
Oh, is that all you got? Stay out of it next time.
I hear the sniper. I saw the sniper.
Key generated at point C.
There they are. Boom. See ya. Another sniper.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Oh, I need heals real bad. I can't fight that. I'm gonna get sniped there. I try to make it over to my healer. Illuminate! 1 HP.
Assist.
One heal. One heal. One heal, please. Look, I'm right here. Heal. One.
Holding down the front.
One heal.
Focus on this target.
You mother. Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought I'd get hit by once? Incredible. Like, it turns... Is this the kill cam? Why'd you look at that idiot with 0 HP?
Inferno, about to lay down the barrage.
Fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Wow, it got really dicey really fast in here.
Fire. Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush. Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Key generated.
Try Sarah, holding down the front.
Alright. Bad sniper.
En route to marked location.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now.
I hate this part because now I can't tell who's a friend or foe.
Hurry over. Friendly needs our help. Focus on attacking this unit.
Assist.
Nice.
Oh, is that all you got? Stay out of it next time.
Who is an enemy here? Can I take that? Is that a key? Oh, you have it. I see. Who's bad?
Hurry over. Friendly needs our help.
At point A
Hurry
in
over.
30 seconds.
Friendly needs our help.
Looks like there's a sniper up here, but I don't have any heals to fight them.
Stabilizing.
Uh-oh.
Solar storms generated.
Oh, they're trying to snipe me.
Energy low.
Ah, good aim.
Insufficient engine outboarding. Enemy secured key.
It's a good thing you can't die to elevators. Sorpresa.
Ready to provide aerial cover.
Carrier down. Key intercepted.
Illuminate. Illuminate, please. Illuminate, please. I'm begging you!
Over here.
Thank you. We actually got heals. Why are my guns not shooting? It was 3 times I charged them up to shoot and I did not get a shot off.
Reactivated.
I'm gonna get sniped again.
Energy low.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Key generated at point C.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Battle ends.
Nope, seen that one coming.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Bung, 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 bung. What is this guy doing? How did we die to that? He couldn't even he couldn't even put his camera towards me. God damn it.
Inferno, about to lay down the barrage.
Fire control system.
What the heck is this? Mech PvP.
Key secured. Provide cover.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Key generates at point B in 30 seconds. Enemy down.
See ya, nerd.
Stabilizing. Key generated at point B. Assist. Assist.
How?
Assist. Assist.
Come on.
Battle ends in 60 seconds.
Assist. Assist. Assist.
Victory.
Hi, haters. What's my favorite mech? I like Welkin the most, probably. The, like, Axe one. Welkin's a lot of fun.
MVP.
There's nothing Lumine can't patch up.
Our Lumine with a bunch of kills, because he wasn't healing. God damn it. No, it's on console as well. See if we can get a game on the Welks. Do I have early access to Season 30 of TFD? No, I do not. I wish. Oh, right. It's on PlayStation later. It's like I think it was like 6 months.
Aquila, ready to strike. Lumine.
I cannot
ready to
get a
strike.
game on the Welkin.
Ready to strike. Stego. Ready to strike. Falcon. Ready to strike.
But do. How we looking? What's our team? Ultra heavy, ultra heavy. We already have a sniper. Okay. Let's do another game on Stellaris. We don't have any brawler. We don't have any melee attackers. Oh, well, we have Welkin. Heck it.
Pilot proceeding.
Try another game on this character. What determines if a person gets a Mac? Oh, I have no idea. Make sure you default before matchmaking. Oh, is that what it is? Whoever has it default gets picked first. Gotcha.
Dismantle the chloride extractors placed by Thea's Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt their plan.
I like Welkin
Stellaris. Engage.
just because, like, well,
Stellaris.
at least for what I got to play, it felt very easy to 100 to 0 someone on Welkin solo. Versus some of the other characters, like, it feels like, you know, I really want to kill them quickly. I need, like, a teammate shooting them as well.
Fire control system unlocked. Optical camo activated. Weapon not ready. Chloride extractor deployed in 10 seconds.
I'm confused. How does this person have, like, 3 lives?
Chloride extractor deployed by enemy.
They keep dying. I don't understand how people do that. Like, is that like a power-up or something?
Assist. Stabilizing.
Like, I died like 4 times.
Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Optical camera deactivated. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Chloride extractor deployed. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Oh, it's holding my parry. Is it pure PvP? Yeah.
Action sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Landing area confirmed.
Like, what other PvP games, Soda?
Stellaris.
It's just not really a genre I play much.
Backline ambush.
Fire control system.
Like, on or off stream. Rocket League's the most competitive game I typically play.
Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy.
Aquila. You got what you deserve.
Oh, I did play Smite for like 2 years. Almost exclusively.
Let's meet up here.
I'm trying to find, like, picks. I want some good picks.
Optical camo activated. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Unavailable. Chloride extractor deployed. Energy low. Optical. Assist.
What the hell?
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Requesting backup.
Chloride extractor deploys in energy mode. Assist.
We take that. We take that.
Chloride extractor deployed.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Chloride extractor dismantled. Enemy down.
Heck you, bud.
Optical camo activated. Target required.
Welcome. Ready to pick off some
Assist.
stragglers.
Nice. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Optical camo deactivated.
Strego. Wow, you are a big Mac.
Let's meet up here.
Is that a sniper?
Let's meet up here.
Optical camo activated. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Let's meet here.
Optical camo deactivated. Chloride extractor deployed. Chloride extractor deployed.
Luminate. Locking in to harass enemy defense.
Chloride extractor dismantled. Insufficient engine output.
I'm on the blue crystals. What do you mean I have insufficient energy? It should recharge it like super fast. There it is.
Assist.
Nice. I thought if I attacked from the air, it was unblockable.
Extractor dismantled.
You got what you deserve.
What? You should be dead. This guy gets a bazillion lives. He's dead again. You get another life.
Unavailable.
Let's meet up here.
Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Oh. Just get deleted by well again. What's up, Bunny? How you doing?
Initiating ejection. Chloride extractor deployed.
If RL. Yeah.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment.
I think that guy's countered my attack twice now and just like actually deleted me.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
It's pretty impressive. I definitely am not that skilled.
Chloride extractor deployed.
Like I'm scared of that well good. Take this guy out pretty easily.
Optical camo activated.
Never mind. Where'd he go? There it
Enemy
is.
down.
The gank.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Insufficient engine output. Target required. Assist. Chloride extractor dismantled. Assist.
You got what you deserve.
Nice.
Large chlorite extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Go with this target first.
Energy low. Fire right. Energy. Large chlorite extractor deploys.
And our gunner sniper.
Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output.
Ah. Angel, thanks so much for the gifted tier 2 sub to Bunny. Appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Bunny, enjoy your emotes every week. Your sub will section of Discord. Welcome to the little bit.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Because you executed him. Nice.
MVP.
Useless to run when Falcon has eyes on you.
Titanium Jones. That's a cool name. You're having issues on Linux?
That's a lot of damage.
Swoop, thank you for the super for 17 months. Appreciate that. You're plat 5. Oh, dang. Are you... Wait, is plat after bronze? No. That would make no sense. I don't know why I just said that. Ignore me. So you've been grinding. Because I am still in bronze. Plat's after gold. Okay. I mean, the ranking system probably should have placed me in at least platinum. You know what I mean? All right, let me get a game on my well, kid. Give me Welkin. I like Stellaris. I mean, these other characters I just haven't really played. I like Inferno. The sniper was cool. So that gives us Falcon, Welkin, Inferno, and Stellaris. I haven't really played many of the like heavy characters. Wait, so didn't I just have all of them as default strikers, and now I just made less of them default? You know what I mean? Like, does it give you priority if you only pick one as a default versus like all of them? Bronze, silver, gold, plat, diamond. Gotcha. We got Welkin. Poggies.
Lumine. Ready to strike. Welkin. Ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
Let's do it. I just like Welkin's box combo. You box and then whirlwind, call it a day.
Injecting coaxium particles.
Swoop, thanks so much for the 17 months.
Mind bridge initiated.
Oh, by the way, I went to this bakery today that I've been meaning to try. That did a scallion pancake, bacon, egg, and cheese. It was a bacon, egg, and cheese wrapped up in a scallion pancake, served with like a chipotle mayo. It was really good.
Welkin, engage.
I had to go return the car that we borrowed to travel for the weekend,
Ready to pick
and
off some
that place was
stragglers.
nearby. Very, very good. Where they at? Where they at?
Let's meet up here.
He used his little disengage. That's fine by me.
Insufficient engine output. Stabilizing. Insufficient engine output. Energy low.
Got our wait for our energy to come back.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Insufficient engine output. Reloading. Energy low.
That's a bummer.
Weapon not ready.
Sky Raider here.
Am I like the only one alive? Why am I getting hit by every single enemy?
Energy low. Stabilizing. Fluid armor offline. Initiating
Tad.
ejection sequence.
Brother, where's your team? I don't know. I think they were all dead or something.
Double kill.
I think they were all respawning.
Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers.
Lumine, locking
I also
in
kind
to
of forgot what
harass
some of my
enemy
buttons did there.
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Shad.
Landing area.
Want to give you some Rocket League carries? I'm happy to.
The new round has begun. Fire control system unlocked.
Focus on attacking this unit.
I don't want to dive too deep.
Fire from front. Stabilizing.
Crap.
Shield offline. Assist. Plot armor offline.
Focus on this target.
Thank you for the heals.
Serenus, set to disrupt enemy defense.
Shield offline.
Focus on this target.
Good shit, good shit.
Focus on this target.
Online.
Locking in to harass enemy defense.
Energy low.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Thank you.
Set to disrupt enemy defense.
I'm so bad right now. Oh, I don't have energy.
Defeat.
Is the energy Linux won't allow that to crashes? Interesting. Ever thought about cheating moving forward with AI? We all quit playing video games. See, but I don't play video games to win. I play video games to have fun.
Nobody dodges Aquila's.
AI does not help me do that. You know what I mean? Hey, we made it to silver. Up big. Winning is fun. Yeah, but it's fun if it's rewarding. It's not rewarding if you're cheating. It's not fun to cheat a win in Warzone because you didn't do anything to win. There's no reward in it. Moral of the story is don't cheat. Don't do it. Foxy says that because he's not very good. Well, if I was really good, you think then I would cheat? Because then I'd be good and then I wouldn't need to cheat, no? Tell my first wife that. Agra, how many wives do you have? Or have you had? He's got at least one.
Aquila.
I may be the problem. You're not the problem, Magro.
Vulcan, ready to strike.
You know what's really interesting?
Ready to strike.
Is Steph uses AI, like, you know, I would say the general sentiment against AI in the video game space is negative. Fair? General sentiment against AI in video games is negative. It is not the same in other industries, not even close. Steph uses AI constantly. She uses ChatGPT constantly. And she has ChatGPT do emails for her. She has ChatGPT organize spreadsheets, do data analysis, everything. And it's what they're asked to do. Like, they specifically set them up with ChatGPT to speed up their work and, like, give them a thing and encourage them to use it. No. It's not like she's, like, cheating at work or anything like that.
Engage.
Like, her bosses will do, like ask her to do something for them in ChatGPT, or like do a cost analysis in ChatGPT. Hey, like, could you put this into ChatGPT and do a little cost analysis breakdown type deal? Like, it's so different. It's for productivity. Yes, exactly.
Energy low.
We're crazy. I am, as the kids say, on one.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Oh my goodness! Give me the quad! Give me the quad!
Key generated at point C. Insufficient engine output. Energy low. Shield online. Insufficient
Ready to go.
engine
What?
output.
Stop it. Who wants the big damage?
I truly feel pity for you.
Okay, I need energy. I can't chase him.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Energy low. Enemy down.
Come on!
Holding down the front.
Key intercepted.
Give me more energy. Give me more energy.
Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
Oh, you don't want the smoke.
Double kill.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Where's my triple kill? Where's my triple kill?
Assist. A key generated at point A.
God, they're so fast.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Energy low.
Carriage. Oh, you messed up. See ya.
Enemy down. Energy low.
How? How did he get away from that?
Fire from left. Key generates at point C in
Who is over here that hasn't died yet?
assist. Shield offline.
Oh, I got him out of his stealth.
Let's meet up here.
Key generated at point C.
Come on.
We can't let them get the key.
Stop hiding.
Shield online. Energy low. Secured. Provide cover. Stabilizing.
So is there like a specific mech that gets the second lives? Or like, how do they keep getting second lives?
Carrier down. Shield online.
Oh, that is not the button I wanted to click.
Reloading.
Come here.
Pinaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Warning.
Do it.
Alright,
Do it.
hostile.
I dare you. I dare you.
Energy low.
Damn, I needed one more melee attack and he was dead.
You got what you deserve.
Generated at point B.
One more melee attack, he was dead.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Enemy down.
Let them get the key.
Okay, we killed someone there.
Shield online. Key secured. Provide cover. Double kill.
Fuck it, why not? Get second lives from one of her abilities. Okay.
Return to normal. Core
Makes
storm
sense.
ended.
This is bronze. How dare you? This is silver 5. The disrespect is crazy.
Eliseness, hitting the front line.
Imagine not being able to tell the difference between a prestigious silver 5 and a bronze game. It's crazy.
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Key generated at point A. Enemy
Goodbye.
down.
Do it. Do it. You and your multiple lives, I swear to goodness.
Let's meet up here.
Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now.
Let's meet up here. Let's meet up here.
I thought I saw someone sniping at him.
Key generates at point B in 30 seconds. Enemy carrier down. Key intercepted.
You got what you deserve.
Enemy down. Battle ends in 180 seconds.
Oh, I wanted to execute Zed.
Key generated at over here. Warning. Enemies.
What's your Rocket League rank? The highest I've ever been is GC2.
Let's meet up here.
Reloading. Enemy down. Stabilizing. Energy low.
What's TFD? A looter shooter game.
Double kill. Insufficient engine output. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
I don't think I've died
Ready
yet.
to provide aerial cover.
Stabilizing.
I shouldn't do that spin if they're airborne.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Warning. Enemy security. Intercept now.
Here.
Battle ends in 60 seconds. Defeat.
Wait, we lost? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't realize we lost.
Enemy down.
I went 12-0.
MVP.
Apparently, you gotta play the objective.
There's nothing Lumine can't patch up.
Unfortunate. I'm not great at playing the objective. Oh, we definitely shouldn't have lost that. I didn't even realize. No objective. Yeah, but I killed so many people. So it's like kind of an objective. Side objective. All right, let's rock one more game. Oh, we were pretty good on Welkin. Pretty good. I'm gonna ready up and then I'll go right to the restroom.
Aquila, ready to strike. Narukami, Welkin, ready to strike. Lumine, ready to strike. Inferno, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Dismantle the Corite extractors placed by Thea's Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt their plan.
Welkin, engage. Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers.
Let's go.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Objective, dismantle Corite extractors.
We got a wild Tricera.
Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. First kill. Corite extractor deploys. Energy low.
Give our energy a sec to come back.
I'm truly.
I like that we nuked that Aquila though. Alright, can't be the only one engaging. Let's go whole day.
Let's meet up here.
Or go B. B works too.
Fire from right.
Wait. I'm getting snipped.
Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Shield chloride extractor.
No.
Energy low.
Inferno, about to lay down a barrage.
Energy low.
Come on, give me energy. I am on the crystal.
Chloride extractor deployed.
Push, push, push.
Over here.
Assist.
Nice.
Energy low. Stabilizing. Assist. Shield online. Reloading. Chloride extracted. Assist.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Chloride extractor dismantled.
Cool, cool, cool. We're like dominating them in kills because we're losing the objective again though.
Assist.
Locked him in, nice.
Fire from front. Stabilizing.
Let's meet up here.
Push objective. Let's get some regen here.
Stabilizing. Assist.
Nice.
Assist.
Nice. Yeah, dismantle that.
Enemy down.
Done.
I was hoping you'd last longer.
Inferno, en route to mark location.
Oh, and hits deep.
Focus on this target. Dismantle the extractor first.
Ready to provide
No.
cover.
I need energy, please. Video game, he's healing. I have no energy to keep fighting that.
Chloride extractor dismantled.
Dismantle the chloride extractor.
Fire from multiple sides. Stabilizing.
Come here, Falcon.
Narukami, moving in to provide cover.
Heck yeah. That one's deploying.
I truly
Lumina, hit me up, hit me up. Let's go, you're a gamer. We could push this A. Or stay back there.
Enemy down.
Nice. Push this, push this, push this.
Energy low. Chloride extractor deployed. Assist.
Inferno, about to lay down a barrage.
friend back. Focus on this target.
Energy low.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Don't let them get B. Don't let them get B. Push back to B.
Fire some right. Energy low. Enemy down. Insufficient engine output. Energy low. Core extractor deployed in 10 insufficient.
God, this guy's so tanky.
Enemy down. Corite extractor deployed. Dismantling corite extractor.
Nice, good stuff, good stuff. Hit me within our heal. Nice, good kill on the sniper.
Stabilizing.
Get me on these blue cores so I can actually use my abilities.
Illuminate. Locking in to harass enemy defense.
No, not this guy again.
Engine output.
He's healing so much.
Insufficient engine output.
Oh my goodness.
Large corite extractor
I see sniper
deployed in
lady.
10 seconds. Fire from front. Large corite extractor deployed. Insufficient engine output. Assist.
Nice.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Insufficient engine output. Enemy down.
Got him.
Aquila, ready to
Focus
provide
OBJ,
aerial
focus OBJ.
cover.
True, 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 true. Okay, you guy just wants to block all my damage. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. GG's.
Victory.
I feel like we did pretty well there, actually. We lost sight of the objective at the very start, but we pulled it back very quickly.
MVP.
Nobody dodges Aquila's gaze.
Hey, good job, Pat. How do you add me? You should just be able to enter that code. Excuse me, do you mean your mech? You got a cool mech. This is, I think, what you meant to say. He didn't start. Shut up, PJ. You goofy goober. Cool. All right. That is gonna do it for our sponsored section of the stream of Mecha Break. Appreciate them sponsoring the streams. This game's pretty entertaining. I've been enjoying it. I don't usually mess around with these kind of games, but it is pretty cool. I especially like the melee mechs. They're a lot of fun. What's SteamDB looking like? They got 38,000 people playing right now. 38,000. With its all-time peak being 6 days ago at 132K. All right, we are gonna pop over to some TFD. Flame and rally, nice. Exit. GG's. The importance of the objective in those actually made it more fun in terms of, like, you know, hard focusing kills or like actually playing the objective. My only like big piece of feedback for that game is I'd like to know what the objective is in the map that we're playing beforehand so I can pick a mech accordingly. Did this not exit? There it is. You know what I mean? Like, if I know it's going to be the big open map with the mountains, then I'm more likely to pick a flying mech versus, like, the melee ones. You know what I mean? That's my only, like, big piece of feedback is it'd be cool to, like, know what you're going into so you could pick accordingly rather than just, like, oh, I'm just going to play this and then you have no idea what you're going to get yourself into. Dead Zone Rogue. Are you the second person to tell me about that today, little man, right? Someone else told me to go try that. I thought I had played it, but I don't think so. But I played something else that was Dead something. Okay, I have never played it. What am I thinking of? Oh, I played Dead Link. And the game that you want me to play is called Dead Zone. I played Dead Link. This was a roguelike FPS. I think Dead Zone's also a roguelike FPS, yeah? You mentioned it as well. Okay. I've been down on a big roguelike kick, so I'm very down to try it. So we're not gonna play too much TFD tonight. We're probably doing the majority of that tomorrow. I do want to hop on Joe because we get the little arcade tuning boosts. I don't want to miss them because they're like 8x XP when you do them. Doesn't it tell you the map you go into? It gives you the name. Which, you know, I guess if I was playing the game more often, I'd start knowing the names of the maps. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, if there's, like, a mission preview or, like, a mission overview where I could see what the map looks like. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what, like, Mecha Mountain... You know what I mean? Like, it just... If there was, like, a little, like, preview screen of, like, hey, this is the map you're going to play on. This is the objective. Oh, look at all this stuff. Whoa, these colors? Spotify. Bum 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 bum. Soulstone Survivor has changed. You need to go back and play it again. I played it a few months ago. I have played it since they did some of their big updates. Gunfire Reborn also just got a update as well. Little Man Right, have you played Rogue Genesia? Oh, did I miss ETA? I probably did.
I'm listening.
No. Trust. Trust, trust, trust. It's really good. I was doing a lot of research on Survivor like S games. Only got 100 tokens. You need hella tokens. I do need hella tokens. How do I earn tokens? Intercepts. Oh, dang. 4 missions is 50 tokens, though. I will slay. I see. So these are our dailies. So I've got a daily for 50. That's pretty good. If you go to the next on TFD site, can you do the mobile event or the web event on your phone with the thing? Oh, is this my year in review? Bunny is my most played in 62 hours on Bunny. With Inez up next. I have 32 hours on Glay. I've played Glay more than Freyna? What? How is that possible? Oh, I've been exposed. Holy dude. That's so crazy that I have so much time with the Thunder Cage because I haven't used it in like 6 months. Secret Garden makes a ton of sides, with Thunder Cage being that up there is crazy. There's the Enduring, Ancient Knight, Last Dagger, Albion Cavalry. You first met Yoshi! Let's go! Missions completed, infiltrations, void fragments, 1,000 outposts. Bleh. Bleh. Intercepts. I did 2,049 battles with Executor being my most fought. Really? I fought Executor that many more times than I did Devour. I must have been opening Morphosis. Oh, was it Magister for that? 398 reses. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll take that. I have acquired 923 million gold. And I've consumed 843 million. Acquired 70 million Kuiper. 54 million. Hyper shards or consumed 54 million. We need an AFK timer. I never like AFK farmed. No, they don't count the Valby runs. 825 researches. We got really distracted by this, huh? Oh, Poggies, a chest attachment. Yeah. Whoa. What's this? I want to do this, yeah? Is that a bunny statue? You need to do the 5 quests to get more tickets. Oh, I don't have any tickets. Let me just see what happens. Congratulations. You won 51st anniversary tokens. Oh, now it says I've got 4 remaining. Oh, it says ×5. I see. So there's ×5s, ×50s. Come on. Come on. Give me a 50. Give me a 50. Or is it 10? 50. 50. Hey. Is that the jackpot? Is there higher than 50? It's the highest I see. Five. Sad. Heck you. We play for an hour and we get 5 tickets. Click to play 3 soundtracks. 5 tickets for playing music. Damn, okay, Levick. Hey, completed it. Click the share the event at the bottom. Oh boy. More tickets. Gay and butt. Gay and butt. What is the like bunny Serena thing? Oh, I just realized there's another 50. This thing might have sound, but my... Oh, you know what? My sound was working. That's so weird. It was stopped working earlier, and then I guess it was working again. Yeah, we have in-game sound. Who should we work on first for builds? Haley looks like she got a fair bit of buffs. Enzo's looking pretty spicy. Glay also looking pretty spicy. The artbook and acrylic. Gotcha. I saw something, people were getting pissed on Reddit because, like, they did some sort of acrylic giveaway and it was just, like, gone in seconds. What's up, Sad? How you doing? Glay. Alright, let's do the mission on Glay, because she's only level 30.
Oh, my beloved daughter died.
Boom, boom, boom. I haven't seen these bundles. Is this the new one? 5,500 caliber. That's crazy. But look at how much content you get. I'm radioactive. How do the wings work in this scenario? Glay is third best now. Really?
Oh, my beloved daughter, Daya. Hold on a little longer.
50% firearm explosive attack. Holy. Didn't they remove her movement speed penalty as well? And she got added firearm crit and weak point. Glay's insane now. Is our build actually going to change for her, though? Probably not. Well, I guess it depends on... We might be using the Restored Relic on her a bit more. This is what I was rocking on her. Oh, you know what they did change is her Transcendent module. They buffed. They made Predator Instinct not dog shit. Is what they did. Because, like, even in gun builds, you weren't using this thing. Is this game B2P sub or pay to win? I don't actually know what B2P stands for. This is a pay to speed up progression game. There's a lot of crafting timers. You can pay to skip them. And you can buy descendants rather than farming them. Buy to play? It's a free-to-play game. Free-to-play game. There's no winning. But you can speed up farms. It's basically spend money to play the game less. If there's a grind that you don't enjoy, you can basically pay your way through it. Romaine, sticking with the 41 months. Appreciate that. A bit like Warframe. Yeah, it's basically Warframe's model, except I would say it's a little bit more expensive than Warframe. Where are your Lepic buffs? Wait, Lepic was in the patch notes, no? I'm also kind of blanking on what they buffed on Lepic. Did they buff Lepic? Didn't they say they were? They forgot about Lepic. He was in the little showcase teaser that they put on Twitter. No? Interesting. Did they say anything about that? Yeah, we could just use like a duration cooldown reactor. That's fine. We're probably not going to use the mage set. We probably rock 2 shell, 2 ascending. Max HP, max HP, max HP. That gives us skill cost and fire rate. I dig that. You want 2 Firebrand, Bonham? Firebrand? 6.5% duration. How much is Annihilation's duration? 5.7. Oh, it's literally just power crept. Okay. Makes sense. Do I have a good top fire brand? I'm not sure. Oh, I do. Cool, cool, cool. We're gonna have to change this because we're gonna be using guns. We'll mess around with this later. Let's just go do favorite it. Oh, good call, good call, good call. Let's just get our arcade tuning done. How's our restored relic looking? I never finished this thing. Okay. That's looking fine for now. We'll probably need to build it for chill. Any tips or just enjoy? Exclamation mark returning Corbin. Holy. How's this game doing, by the way? We just got a big buff patch. About the same. Grab more cats. I'm on it. You wanna join? Word.
Oh, the special human child. What do you need?
We have 24 catalysts. We're getting up there. Oh, wow. These are expensive. Dude, an activator's 300. Sheesh. You get so many tokens. Yeah. We haven't gotten like any of our dailies yet. Boom, 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 boom. Is that change? I'm trying to remember. Did the change to like save inversion loadouts to the specific characters? Is that's not in the game yet, right? That was one of the things that they were adding. That's a season 3 thing. Gotcha. I'm very much looking forward to that. Cool, cool. I think she needs a swimsuit. I don't know. This is a pretty cool outfit. What got buffed? Glay, Haley, Valby, Bunny, Enzo, Charon. A lot of characters. This was our big Descendant gun buff patch, and then later this month is the weapons buff patch. We're gonna buy the big one later. Let's just pop that real quick. I'm gonna regret not having the 30% booster, but whatever. I love the Ajax mains. Ajax got buffed recently. I think Ajax was clearly get more buffs, but they did double like all of his damage pretty recently. TFD is Paragon boards. Yup. Sharon hits hard now. With what? She got her 4 buffed for more spam.
This is Hound action to all personnel. Void storm is intensifying. Conditions are unfavorable. Proceed with caution. Over.
They give her more movement speed in her like invisibility. Whoa, dude. Glay with no movement speed debuff is crazy feeling. It feels wrong. Oh, I was about to say, we're not on our weapon platy build, and that's why our like cooldowns and durations are feeling not good.
We've detected signs of life inside.
Our 1 in 4 hits pretty hard. Nice. What did Valby get buffed? They made her 1 do more damage, and you can modify her movement speed now. They buffed Valby because she's not as strong as Inez. And that's the new benchmark for power, is being basically as strong as Inez.
This is HQ. Enemy reinforcements incoming. Requesting strike on staging area.
Is Bunny good anymore? Yeah, Bunny just got better. She was good before. She's even better now. Bunny's received two buffs. 2 large, significant buffs to Bunny. What buffs for Bunny? They buffed her movement speed. So she is now faster. And they increased the movement speed cap. So she can benefit from being faster. But Bunny also procs her damage off of how fast she's moving or how far she's traveled. So now she's getting... She basically has got increased DPS by the fact that she can move faster and move further now. Yeah, it makes her 3 proc more often.
Extraction from operation zone initiated. Good work, Descendant.
No, they didn't buff Viesa. I thought they were going to. I thought they were going to buff Viesa and Lepic, but neither of them got buffs. Bum bum bum. All right, we're on weapon platinum now. Should be chilling. Pulls in enemies. That'd be pretty sick. I just wanted to have a higher range, like base range. I wanted to have the same range as like Innis 4 would be like so cool. If we're going for the let's not make things balanced, just make them everything ridiculously strong. Give her Innis 4 range on VS4.
Troops are on the ground.
That would be very nice.
Standby position. Best of luck, descendants.
This thing's got like 1 gold core on it. Looks like I'm playing Borderlands 3. What's up, Jolly? How you doing? Couple more days to know. Yeah, just a couple. Grazer, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that.
Wide-range shaping charge drop complete. Begin the void energy purification operation. Descendants, prime the detonator with your arcade. Then activate the remote detonation device.
On a scale from Bunny to Serena, how broken do you think Nil's gonna be? I don't think she's gonna be Serena level, to be honest with you. I think she's gonna be that like Inez, Freyna, Bunny, Viesa type tier. I think we're getting trolled. Oh, never mind. I don't think we're ever gonna get a descendant that's Serena tier.
I am the original.
Serena is just like a compilation of some of the dumbest, craziest, strongest things they could have possibly given all on one character. Let's make a character that her guns can proc skill damage in multiple different skills, and then make it hit everything in an AoE, and make her scale off of HP so that she's super tanky, and give her the ability to fly. We gotta save some of these ideas for some other characters, man. You know? And she can heal herself and her teammates. Enzo, Nell, Serena is probably going to be melting every boss. That's like, so I know I rant a lot, so don't get mad at me, but like that's kind of my thing with their new design philosophy of let's just buff the daylights out of everything is like I inherently like, you know, removing the movement speed penalty on Haley and Glay and stuff like that is obviously nice. Like it makes the character feel better to play because, you know, you can move faster. And that is clearly the meta that this game is moving into. But I still feel like what makes characters interesting in this game are their strengths and their weaknesses. Is knowing when to pull out a character and what mission and what boss and what type of thing a character excels at. Like, if one character can do all of the content and do it better than all of the other characters, then what is the point of playing the other characters? Type deal. You know what I mean? I find it the most interesting when it's like I'm picking the character that best fits the type of mission or the type of scenario that I'm going into. I'm picking Bunny if I want to do a quick 400%. I'm picking Freyna if I got to farm like a defense or Inez. I'm picking whoever. I mean, I guess Serena if I want to kill a boss. But like, I like that like, hey, this is the character's strength, this is the character's weakness. What I'm worried about is they're just going to make every character homogenous. Every character gets to do everything. Every character gets to be heal, tank, defense, mobbing, bossing. Because Serena can do that. And Serena's their new tier of balancing. That's what I'm worried about. Rant over. Sorry, I had to bring it up with these buffs. You turn off explosive effects. I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. I actually don't mind right now. I might mind in a little bit, but I don't mind right now. What's up, guys? How do you turn them off? I'll show you. You go to options, gameplay, and then show explosion effects during combat. You just hit hide all targets. Oh, is the bitrate getting bad? Okay, I might actually keep the effects off if it's affecting bitrate. Never mind. I take back what I said. What the hell is this loading screen? Imagine they had a napalm launcher. I mean, that's literally what the restored relic is. It like procs ancient fire. Its thing is like Like napalm. But it's more of a dot than like a ground effect. Any tips from reactor farming? Have you found this screen yet? To like see where specific reactors are dropping? I forgot Deslin is useless now. Can we hit a little gold fire right here real quick? Side. Incredible. Dun, dun, dun. We'll roll more later. Core optimization. That'd be pretty wild. Well, I was just thinking like I might just make another restored relic because this one's kind of built for fire damage. So I might just like make another one for chill and then roll the cores on that one. You know, if we have this one for fire damage, make another one and then re-roll it because it's already fire rate. Use a weapons box or buy one. For an additional ancient relic.
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
200 for a weapon box. Okay, we'll get there. Yeah, we will do that. We got to do one more mission and we get another 50 tokens. How's our Glay looking? 34. Master. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, dum. Get tokens from the web event? Yeah, we got a bunch. Any updates on the arcade tuning boards? They added mutant cells, if you haven't seen those yet. Bung, 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 bung. You haven't played since the launch grind. It's worth coming back to. In my opinion, yes. They're also doing the first anniversary event right now, which basically is them just giving you a ton of free shit for booting the game up and playing. doing a few missions each day. And with the expansion next month, yeah, it's a good time. Expansion / season 3. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine most people are just going to jump in when the expansion drops, but if you want to get a head start, now is actually a really good time. But no, most people will be trying the game for the first time or playing the game for first in a long time when the expansion drops. / season 3. Hi, Timothy. Thanks for blowing me a heart. You think 100+ K players? No. I don't think so. What would you guys predict their player count hits on season 3 launch? It kind of also depends on how much marketing they do for it. You know what I mean? Hello, is this live? It is. I think 50K is very doable. I'd be surprised if they didn't hit 50K. If it's live, put a shoe on your head. Boom. Easy. Pre-recorded.
Transport inbound. See you soon.
Boom, 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 boom. Only count Steam numbers? What else are we supposed to count based? You let me know how we count PlayStation or Xbox users. Like, we only count Steam numbers because it's the only thing to count. There's nothing else to count. There's no public information about player base unless the devs put it out themselves about PlayStation or Xbox users. Go door to door. Exactly. And like people are like, oh, like, well, you're only looking at the Steam database or the Steam numbers that doesn't take into account like Xbox or PlayStation. No, but it's indicative. If the player base on Steam drops like a brick on a game and it's on console, usually consoles following a similar trend. I've never seen a game like plummet on Steam and then like console numbers rise like crazy. You know what I mean? You can look at the general curve and trends of players increasing and decreasing to get an idea for what's happening on console as well. You know, typically if you're looking at SteamDB, you just take whatever number the player count is on PC and like maybe 3x that for console, 2 to 3x it. You know what I mean? I don't think that like there's always going to be more people on console. the finals is more constant on console than PC. Yes, but I guarantee you if we look at trends in the finals, when the player base is going down, it's not rising on console. It's like almost always, unless the only exception to that is if like the game is on like the PlayStation Gold free for the month type deal and it's not on like PC as free. You know what I mean? That's when you see like differences. Oh, and it's gone. No, he knows a flathead. I just inserted it into my head dent for my headset.
This is Hound Action, reporting extreme concentrations of void energy within the operation zone.
How do you get level 10 cores? Combining your lower level cores or doing Void Erosion level 10? It's now technically Void Erosion level 10.
Shoot it down.
How do you change the module socket thingy? You get to use these things called catalysts. Oh, you gotta get your descendant to max level first, or level 40. Once they're level 40, there's a little setting on the right side when you're in the mods. Use one of your catalysts on a slot, and it'll reset your character back to level 1. But it'll change the socket polarity. Just for the long braids. Whatever helps you sleep, Fenrir. Mazed by the shoe on your head. That's how I'll keep people's attention. That putting a shoe on my head while I'm streaming will be like my Subway Surfers. I don't think this is technically screen shake, so I don't think we can turn it off, but it is annoying. This pre-season 3 build-up has actually got some of my friends back on the game to build some characters. Pretty exciting. Hell yeah. Said you watched 23 out of 22 of my streams. You are indeed a real fan. Let me send you a deluxe bundle. Get a shoe sponsorship that way. Hello, Adidas. I will balance one of your shoes on my head for 6 hours a day if you send me a free pair. How to make them share the mod. So you can only have one socket active displayed at a time, but it'll auto adjust to whatever mod you put in. So like if you look at my mods right now, if we hit socket info, see how this is an M and an R? This is sharing it, but right now you only see, well, you don't see anything because I got a circle there. But you just catalyze over it, and it'll get both. So you could use, I could put an M slot here, and it'll auto adjust to an M, or it'll auto adjust to an R if I put an R there. You just put it on top of the other thing. It'll only display one at a time unless you hit socket info, but they're all there. You don't you're not losing your old socket, you're just adding to it. Just adding. They need to add Omni Catalyst to this game. You're not wrong. There's a lot of things that they could take from Warframe / be inspired by. I don't think it like necessarily needs Omni Catalyst. That would be sick. I really would love to see them remove some of the pressure of needing every socket catalyzed for a build. I think that's just a feels bad thing. Especially if you're coming from Warframe. Nothing without you. We gotta do an intercept battle and infiltration. Intercept battle and an infiltration. Well, look at this. Just delete Gravewalker real quick. Like the market. Yep. What is an Omni Catalyst? It's a thing that they added to Warframe that just basically it catalyzes a slot to make it so whatever mod that you put there is counted as matching polarities. Just unlocked Hammer and Anvil. Is it any good? Nope. It might be good at the end of this month, though. Come on, Catalyst. Combine 3 cats to make an Omni. That would be dope. I could make a total of 2 Omnis. What is happening on the right there? Are any shotguns? The Executor and Smithereens are both really good. Both absolute killers when it comes to boss mounts. So you still build Toxic on it? What element you build it for doesn't really matter. Like, at the time, I built it for Toxic because the hard mode Colossus was weak to Toxic. But currently, the hard mode boss is weak to fire. But the ATAMs is not an ideal weapon for Ice Maiden, to be honest. You'd still use it, but, like, it's not the best choice. So, no, I don't think you'd necessarily need to build it for Toxic. You could build it for Chill. Would be good. To be honest, so it's useful in Sigma Sector if you want to use it there. It's kind of that way. It's kind of the thing where like you want to adapt it to the element that you need it for, but Chill is pretty solid right now if you go that route. Cool, the TFD is going to allow new players to just skip the campaign. Even the devs realize the campaign in this game is ass. I do like that, yeah. I don't want to stop. We could try a little bunny. Is this any infiltration operation? I would imagine so. Let's try a public one. I haven't done a public one of these in a while. You think the campaign is fun? The only thing with the campaign is like, it's just not really a campaign. I don't know. To me, the campaign's kind of just like almost... You're just kind of spamming like Destiny patrols. You know, where there's not like really like big cinematic moments or big changes in the gameplay. There's not like a mission where you like get in a battle tank or pilot it or like... You know what I mean? It's basically just running the end game, but you don't care about any of the things you're getting because they're all useless, and you do that for like 20 plus hours. Bunny fast. Bunny very fast. That is a barrel. There's no way. I hate that thing, dude. Infinite knockdown range is so silly. It's been one of my biggest pet peeves in this game for forever. Just like this high above a ground slam and it still hits you. First time feeling 1600 speed bunny. Yup. Pretty fast. Pretty freaking fast. Actually noticeably like faster feeling. You know what I mean? I don't think our Secret Garden was on... it was on Bunny with Brisk. Okay, cool. Just making sure. They need to give Bunny a Flash costume. That would be cool. Why are we rocking like default Bunny right now? What's the best Bunny look? I like regret not buying her ultimate skin. Yo, Tristan with the 10 gifted on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, Tristan. Tristan with 10 gifted subs to Big Mad Mo, Evo Blix, Ghosty Dog, Scat Eye, Brad, Holy Tacos, Chad, Main Hammer, Jeremy, and Hazardous. If you got to give it a sub, make sure to say thank you, Journey, with your viewing your sub. These section of the Discord. What would have been?
No, that's a lot of damage.
The evolving skin, yeah. The evolving skin is actually very, very cool. Whoops. Between normal? Yep, they did. They did indeed. Complete daily missions. Oh, I can't get that done today, huh? I see. Is Wave of Light good? Not really. To be honest with you, I fully built it out and I will probably never use it unless it gets buffed. Read Chicken's message. Man just said enjoy stuff that only applies to Twitch. No? Right? If you sub on Twitch, as in like a membership, like a Twitch membership, you get no ads. Right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Because you get ads by default on the live stream.
Magisters are probably
And you could get the sub-only section of the Discord. You barely get ads on YouTube live stream? Yeah, but that's what the membership is for. What do you do with the 1-year anniversary coins? Spend them in the shop. Bum 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 bum. Do we start in our Catalyst craft? We did. Cool. What buffs happened? They buffed Bunny, Valby, Haley, Glay, Enzo, Blair, and I think that's it. Is it the same as a Twitch sub? Yeah. Yep. They get like exclusive emotes over on YouTube. Like they can comment Moxie emotes on a YouTube video. And they get access to my members only videos. Which I need to add more of. My members only videos on YouTube are currently like my old trick shots that I posted. Wait, are we full on mods? Oh shit, we are full on mods. Yeah, you get to see my COD montages. No Jaber. Jaber is getting big buffs in August. Ooh, I kind of like that Val, babe. I don't know, it's simple, but I kind of dig it. Woo!
When will you visit again?
Oh, Pog. I can still get this dove. Like, yo. Good. Give me that, please. I'll take one of those. Cool. The heck does this do? Interesting. Wait, you can order a drink at the bar? Wait. How are you ordering a drink? I want to order a drink. That's sick. How is the Viesa having a cocktail? Oh, is this... Wait, what? Are they doing like a shared emote thingy? Oh, now I'm having a cocktail pog. It's just the middle chair. All things considered, this like is kind of cool. Obviously, you know, the motive is to sell swimsuit bikini thingies, but that's pretty cool. What's the QR code? It's to their Spotify playlist that they just put out. Sit in the tanning beds. Here, we can... That's basically a swimsuit. Boom, 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 boom. Incredible. You do the claw machine? I did, yeah. W Street. Yeah, I did the claw machine on the website. We got a bunch of tokens. If it keeps the game free, it's a W. Yup. Is Resource Defense still the best gun in Descendant leveling? Yep. It is indeed. All right, guys. It is midnight. We're going to head out there. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, we got another Mecha Break sponsored stream. And also more TFD to play. Yo, what's up, Darth? How you doing, bud? Mecha Break game looks good. Hey, if you ever want to play, I got a few more sponsored streams. It is pretty fun. When are you leaving on your trip, Mr. Darth? The 18th. Oh shit, okay. I'm excited for you. Over half your followed streamers were sponsored by Mecha Break. It's crazy. They did a lot of sponsored streams, yeah. We've got a few more to do for them. Boom, boom, boom. Get some sleep, man. Yo, thank you. Yeah, I've been going to bed the past few days. I've been going to bed and I've been passing out holding my Steam Deck in my hands at like midnight. We've been on a very good sleep schedule. Been getting up at like 6 a.m. I don't know what happened. You're gonna go raid someone. You have a sleep schedule? I was up at 6 this morning, Mr. Wraith. We were up very early. Accidentally drop it on your face. I have yet to do that. I usually like kind of come to and put it on the ground. My biggest fear is that I'm going to fall asleep with it in my bed and like roll over and break it. Bum, 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 bum. Having a sleep schedule means having a stream schedule too. I started stream on time today. Heck you. on time. Yeah. At 4 p.m. That's when I usually go live. Have you posted any updated builds? Nah, I've been gone for the past 5 days, Sour. I was on a 1-year wedding anniversary trip. I actually got married 2 days before TFD came out. So, was doing that, and now we're back, and we're going to be grinding. Do the ticket machines? I will. All right, guys, we're going to go raid Bird. He's playing some Borderlands. If you don't know Birdman, he's on the Maxroll team. He does Destiny guides for us, and he's also going to be helping me with Borderlands. He's a cool dude. All right. Good night, gamers. Peace.